Good evening, members, and for anybody watching online, my name is Councillor Steve Bartlett and I'm the chair of this BCP Overview and Scrutiny Board. Welcome and thank you for joining us this evening. First of all, I will ask Democratic Services to read out our housekeeping notice for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting will also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point in the car park at the front of the building. Finally, please could everyone ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on laptops. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So we've got some fairly substantial items on the agenda tonight, so we're going to get through some of the bits as quickly as we can. But first of all, we'll start off with apologies. I don't believe we have apologies from Councillor Felicity Rice, which brings me to agenda item 2, substitute members, and Councillor Mark Howell is substituting for Councillor Rice. Welcome, Mark. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interest or any other interest on any other item on the agenda? Councillor Howell.
With regard to item 7, I have been on a council representative on the board of Bournemouth Development Company. At the last prior to the last council meeting, I confirmed to the monitoring officer that I wanted to continue to be a representative, and then at the council meeting, in the additional supplementary agenda, I was marked as having resigned, and so therefore I am uncertain of my exact status. I have since that meeting asked for clarification from the monitoring officer and not had a reply, so I am uncertain whether I should be on the committee for that item or not.
Just a moment, Councillor Howell, I'll just take some advice. We think you can contribute, Councillor Howell. Thank you. Any more?
Hi, I'm also, of course, a BDC director, so I'm not on the panel, but just make them.
Thank you, Councillor Dorton Gibson. I'm glad you're here. We did invite you, so we hope you will participate. Thank you. Okay, confirmation of minutes and for an action sheet. Can I ask members if they have any comments to make on the minutes of the last meeting held on the 3rd of February? No. Okay, we'll take those as read. Thank you. Which brings us to the action sheet for minute number 89, BCP Community Safety Partnership Annual Report. I believe we've had a response to that. Claire, can you tell us what the response was that we received for that? I think you sent an email around today.
Yes, Chair, the police contacted us to explain that all of the information was available on their website, and I sent everybody a link to that information, so hopefully everyone's been able to see that.
Okay, everybody happy? Yep, no dissent, thank you. Action 103A, ONS Board Chair. Oh, that's me. To follow up on responses received regarding the housing delivery CNS update. I'm waiting for Councillor Wilson to convene a meeting between myself and some of the housing team. We haven't done that yet, so that will stay on there. Meeting date 3rd of Feb, minute number 106, Council Budget. Resolved that the ONS Board recommend to the Audit and Governance Committee that it instigates an investigation of the Carter's Quay development. that a recommendation was made to A&G, and they have initiated some actions in terms of some sort of inquiry. So I think that action was fulfilled. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 5, public issues. Do you have any public issues, Claire, please?
We don't have any public statements or petitions, but we have received 3 public questions on the community governance review item from Mr McKinstry.
Evening, Mr McKinstry. Would you like to ask your questions? Thank you.
Certainly. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Committee. Okay, these all relate to item 6, which is indeed the Community Governance Review. First question, for the historical record more than anything, can we be told which councillors were on the cross-party task and finish group which considered the community governance submissions, and what were the dates of their 6 meetings?
I believe Councillor Walters is going to give you a response to this. Thank you.
The task and finish group was politically proportionate, with each political group appointing their representatives. The membership of the task and finish group was initially Councillor Walters, me, Councillor Aikenhead as the vice chair, plus Councillors Broadhead, Bull, Deadman, Dove, Hannah, Lepoilevan, Bryce and Trent. And on the 12th of February 2025, Councillor Broadhead resigned from the task and finish group and was replaced with Councillor Beasley. The task and finish group met on the following dates: the 31st of January, 4th of February, 7th of February, 12th of February, 14th of February, and 21st of February. Thank you for the question.
Okay, second question. Why were councillors given such a short time frame to respond to the email of the 7th of February 2025, which sought their views on this matter? The responses cite a deadline of the 11th of February, and this meeting wasn't until the 4th of March, so I can't see why they weren't given an extra week at least, given the complexity of the subject, plus their unique stance as ward representatives and charter trustees. It would also be good to know why councillors' views were solicited so late in the day, whereas the response from Tom Hayes, dated the 2nd of December, suggests that MPs were communicated with back in November or early December.
BCP councillors were emailed on the 7th of November. This email outlined the project timetable for the stage 1 exercise, the dates of the initial submissions period, and that the initial stage was open to any interested party to respond, including councillors. The email included dates of the planned public briefings and details of an all-councillor briefing session which was held on the 14th of November. This communication was sent out on the same date as the communications to local members of Parliament. A number of councillors made representations during the initial submission period. The agreed timetable for the task and finish group to finalise the draft recommendations was as followed. The 14th of February, deadline to agree all draft recommendations to allow drafting of the report. The 21st of February, to sign off content of the final report. And the 24th of February, to release the report for inclusion on agenda.
Okay, thanks for that information. And the very last question, why were councillors not allowed to make face-to-face representations to the task and finish group, as indicated in a reply to the 7th of February email, which is reprinted on page 536 of tonight's supplementary papers?
The task and finish group had initially intended to invite all councillors to attend a meeting to explain the submissions for their respective ward areas and seek feedback. However, the task and finish group were advised that a number of councillors were unable to attend and that had indicated that they would prefer to receive details of the submissions received and to have the opportunity to potentially make a short written representation to the task and finish group. The task and finish group agreed to this request.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. This brings us on to agenda item 6, the Community Governance Review, draft recommendations. I'm going to ask or invite Councillor Waters, who was the chair of that working group, to introduce this paper. Also with us this evening, we've got Richard Jones as the Head of Democratic Services and Deputy Monitoring Officer, who was pretty heavily involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Chair and the ONS Board for rearranging this meeting to allow for scrutiny of this document. I'd also like to thank Richard and the Democratic Services team for their support during this process. Richard took it upon himself to learn how to use a geographic information system in order to better help councillors visualise the areas that we had received submissions for. That's no small feat. I studied GIS solutions at university and would not have been able to do as good a job. The Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group was created in line with the decision made by full council in October 2024. The job of the group was to review submissions received by our residents for new town and parish councils. After reviewing these suggestions, it was then up to the Task and Finish Group to make suggestions for which town and parish councils we should recommend to go out to consultation. The parishes we decided to push to consultation were as follows: Poole Town Council, Bournemouth Town Council, Broadstone Town Council, Boscombe and Folkestone Community Council, Southbourne Community Council, and Redhill and Northbourne Community Council. It's worth noting that these suggestions are not the only possible options. After today, this report will go to Cabinet and then out to consultation should Cabinet decide to continue the process. The next stage will then be consultation. After consultation, the Task and Finish Group will meet back up to review the results of the consultation and make its final recommendations. Those final recommendations may contain some, all, or none of the suggestions made in this report. The most contentious issue within the discussions the Task and Finish Group had was the suggestion to go out to consultation for a Bournemouth Town Council. There were a number of reasons why this was contentious. Firstly, it doesn't contain the whole of the old borough of Bournemouth, and therefore, should all the suggestions in Bournemouth come to fruition, the Mayor of Bournemouth would no longer be the Mayor of Boscombe and Folkestone, Southbourne and Redhill, and Northbourne. Secondly, there was no submission for the creation of a Bournemouth Town Council with the borders outlined in this report. Thirdly, it was felt that there was no desire for a Bournemouth Town Council within Bournemouth. However, after much discussion, the Task and Finish Group voted to move forward with the suggestion because A, the Task and Finish Group has the power to make suggestions from outside the submissions. B, those in favour believe that if it's to be agreed that there is some benefit to parishing, then every resident deserves the opportunity to be consulted on it for the sake of equity. And C, if you truly believe that there is no appetite for this suggestion, then you should welcome the opportunity to consult on it to prove that you are correct. We're consulting the whole conurbation anyway, so there's no extra cost in consulting on this. I'd welcome scrutiny on that decision in today's meeting. We received a large number of responses to the initial submission request compared to other recent community governance reviews, local recent community governance reviews. The most popular suggestion or submission in favour of parishing was the creation of Poole Town Council. I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Good introduction to that. I'd just like members to be mindful of the recommendation in the paper, and that is that it is recommended that the Cabinet recommend to Council that the Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group draft recommendations as set out in the schedules within the attached report be approved for publication and consultation with interested parties. So that's really where we need to aim at. Now, it's quite complex, this in a way, and we've got different parts of the conurbation involved with this, and the recommendations in the paper are sort of not in any sequential order. They're sort of split, but I think for the purposes of the debate, I'd like to approach it from Christchurch, and then Poole, and lastly Bournemouth. Okay, so. And also unusually, rather than open the debate immediately to members, I'm going to ask those interested in making representations about the recommendations who are not on committee, those councillors and anybody else that's here that wants to make representations, will take their perspective on it, and then we can open it up for debate within the board itself, and if necessary, take any proposals and vote on them as required. So I think unless anybody's got any better ideas, that's a reasonable way of approaching it. The other way of approaching it would just be to go through every recommendation individually as it's listed in the report. personally, and I think Councillor Aikenhead is also keen that we look at it in a sort of an area basis to start with as well. So, having said that, Christchurch, do we have any members from, or anybody who would like to make any points about the recommendations with any of the Christchurch parishes or town councils that are detailed in the report? For some people in the room outside of the board. Is there anybody there? There isn't, in which case we'll go to members in the room. So if you've got anything you'd like to raise about the Christchurch recommendations? Yes, Councillor Debnam, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Excuse my voice, as usual. The Christchurch recommendations that are in the report were basically all agreed at the time by, in fact, as we all know, I'm sure, Christchurch did create parish councils. In the few months before the, I can't remember what we call it now, merger. I'm not going to say takeover. Before the, yeah, but before, so Christchurch created its parish councils and its town council, already had Burton and Herne. And the recommendations that came from all the Christchurch submissions were then agreed to be sensible by the parish councils concerned. So I don't think that there's any particular dissension coming up from the people at the meeting. I know we've got a town councillor and a parish councillor online, so I don't know if they would need to say anything, Chairman. But in my view, Christchurch is should stay as it. You know, the recommendations are fine.
Okay, so we're talking here about Christchurch Town, okay, at the moment. All right.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yes, it's Christchurch Town and Herne. There's a little bit of land that they wanted to not take from Herne, but I think that was agreed.
Yeah. There are other areas in the sort of Christchurch area, Highcliffe and Watford, Herne. I think those are the others. Burton and Wington. So I think Councillor Cox is online. So I'll bring him in now. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Chair. I really just wanted to emphasise the fact that, as Councillor Dedman's already said, the parish and town councils have been working very well since the local government review, let's call it, took place, and I think the recommendations of the committee are a few sensible tweaks, which have been accepted by all sides. And so, I think, I would hope the overview and scrutiny would just nod those through without any problems. I think, as I said, town and parish councils have worked very well for both Christchurch Town, for Highcliffe and Watford, Herne and Burton. So I would just like to see it pass through unchanged, and that's what I would recommend the overview and scrutiny do. I think there was a proposal to take a slice out of Highcliffe and Watford, which was probably misguided, and that's been taken away as far as I'm aware. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, that's great. So just for clarity, we are talking about Burton and Wington, Herne, Highcliffe and Watford, and Christchurch Town. So at the moment, we don't have any dissent from the recommendations as yet, but Councillor Aikenhead wishes to speak.
I was just going to move that the board recommends that they agree with the recommendations for the Christchurch area as set out in the report.
Sorry, Councillor Aiken, before we come to that, Councillor Martin apparently is online, who's wished to speak. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
Marvellous, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, and I wasn't actually going to raise the Christchurch, the sort of the potential proposal that was
put forward by Christchurch in respect of taking a bit of Highcliffe and Walkford, but obviously Councillor Cox has mentioned it. So obviously that did come as rather a bit of a surprise when we found out about it, but I'm most grateful to Viv Charrett of Christchurch Town Council for sort of ensuring in the space of about 2 hours that proposal was withdrawn. We're all friends again. I think that's great. And I just wanted to say, in terms of the parish council, Highcliffe, and I made this point at full council a couple of weeks ago or last week about the value of parish councils, the great work that they can do, and I gave a couple of examples. We've taken over play areas, we've taken on nature reserves and playing fields from BCP at the outset of Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council, which we are now managing. We are, I think, on the verge of having the recreation ground transferred over and the play area there, and we have been able to. Again, I used these examples last week, but we've been able to invest some of our money into projects like £100,000 into improving the cliff paths, to improve accessibility for families, disabled and everybody, in fact. So that project is going hand in hand with BCP. So BCP is funding half of it, we're funding the other half. We're putting some money into improving our public toilets, about £70,000, and various other capital projects that we're spending money on. So, parish councils, and as Councillor Cox said, same in Christchurch, parish and town councils can work extremely well. They can fill some of the gaps. They can address the real issues in their communities. And my experience in 6 years on Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council since it was formed is that if they work well, they're a really good thing. So I just wanted to sort of give that positive note, if you like. So thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Aikenhead, would you like to just pick up on that again?
Yes, I just wanted to just help us come to a conclusion, because everyone seems to be agreeing that the recommendations for Christchurch in the report, that we as a committee are happy with them. Or to formally move that. If I have a seconder.
Okay. Everyone, all in favour?
Yep.
Vote. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on then to the Poole Town area, and that is only
Poole Town and
Poole
Broadstone.
Town. Oh, sorry, and Broadstone.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, do we have anyone from Broadstone here that wish to make representations? No. Okay. Poole Town.
I think a few people.
Councillor Rampson, did you? Poole Town.
Poole. Yes.
Well,
All of Poole.
well.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
Poole
Okay.
Town is for all of
All right.
Poole.
Yeah. Do you want to come on up? Thank you.
Is that working? Not used to these.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Chair, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I just want to say that I'm sure that we all want a BCP council which does various things. It respects and promotes our ancient heritage. And you know that that's a big thing for me. Listens to our residents, looks after their interests, keeps their cost of living down, and is responsive and easy to reach. And that is why I want to speak on this item, against this item, as I believe these proposals going out to consultation will create confusion, they'll add another layer of governance, and will cost far more and divide communities. I recognise that I've got an interest in this, as in 2026 I would be mayor-elect for Poole, but I'm speaking as somebody who's trying to kind of ignore that bit and just listening to residents. We had a ward meeting just last evening, actually, and the overwhelming feeling was that this just isn't wanted or needed. The cost mentioned in the propaganda, I'll say that word, disguised as a press release which went out, says that Bandee could be paying an extra £46. Well, and the rest. Considering one parish council in Dorset is charging about £263, and our own Christchurch is £70. So it's actually being seen as a really cynical way to raise taxes from our residents and us, because we're residents as well, who'll be paying for services they already pay BCP for. The report talks of double taxation. Well, the Charter of Trustees is something like £2, quite different to the amount that's likely to be charged if parish and town councils are set up. Surely the way to go is just to get it right at BCP. The Charter Trustee system is not perfect. I'll be one of the first to say it can be really frustrating, but it could be improved if the will was there. Just let's be really wary of doing something that's really significant and it just comes across that it's only for political advantage, which surely cannot be right. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to have my say, but I feel very strongly about this.
No, understood. Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Anybody else? Okay, we're coming back to
Councillor Hadley.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, given I'm on Cabinet, I wasn't actually going to speak on this, but I am obviously a Charter Trustee for Poole and Poole Town a Poole Town Councillor on BCP. Just really responding to the comments you've just heard. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a position where we can't deliver many of the things that people really value in the council because of the last 14 years of Conservative government. So it's really interesting that the councillor feels that it's propaganda and that we're double counting. We're just unable to provide those services, and it's a real struggle. I know in my own portfolio many of the things that we are trying to keep going, we're not able to do as good a job as you heard from Highcliffe, the parish councils are. So I think it's really important. I think there's also a feeling within Poole of quite a deficit in going into BCP. I think we have merged, but there are clearly some benefits in being one council. Surviving is the biggest one of those, but we're really constrained in terms of what we can financially do. So I welcome this proposal. I think it's good. Broadstone has declared for quite some time they want to do their own thing, and that's fine. But I think for the rest of Poole, there is a level of service that Town Council can bring, which BCP is no longer able to do because of the way central government constrains what a top tier authority can achieve. So I think it's a good thing. It's not about tax by stealth. It is about adding value and the things that people really like and are very disappointed that we can no longer provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Okay, so members, can I go to Councillor Howell first, because I think he put his hand up first. Councillor Howell.
Yes, thank you. Well, I very much agree with Councillor Hadley, actually, and I'd just like to say I recognise that in the initial reaction from some people will be, oh, it's just more money that we've got to pay, oh, the council should be doing these things. But the reality is the council is not doing lots of things that people value in the community and are likely to lose in the coming years. We've got lots of community buildings that are really struggling, that are out of date. There's a lack of cultural infrastructure in various places. And these are things that a town council could fix, could raise money in order to provide those services that really could return, in the context of Poole, the town to being a really rounded and well-functioning civic structure for its residents. And I'd also say that I think that the fact that it will be a large town council will be helpful in terms of good governance and making sure that money is allocated in the correct way. The elections are likely to be competitive. Any decision to allocate money to one particular ward will be subject to the scrutiny of the many other councillors in different wards. So I think there's a protective mechanism there. Finally, I'd just like to say that in relation to the Old Town and Beta Ward. I do wonder whether that's exactly the best terminology, because it also includes the more modern town centre as well, but I can't quite think of a better name at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Just a minute, members, please. Councillor Dedman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I totally agree with Councillor Rampton in that the heritage of our three towns is really important. And I think we did discuss this, excuse me, certainly in the task and finish group, that there is no need to lose that heritage. And in fact, in Christchurch, I think it's been enhanced because the mayor is actually the chairman of that council, whereas here the mayor's, the charter trustees work slightly differently. So, but I must say I totally agree. And in Christchurch Town Council, I know Councillor Cox would bear me out that we got letters patent from the Queen, the late Queen, I must say, to give over all the heritage of Christchurch, part of the borough, which is now the town, to the town council. So that was never lost. What people think about that is, you know, is their view, but it doesn't mean that if you have a town or parish council, you lose all the heritage from the three, well, certainly the two in this case, Poole, very, very old, but Bournemouth, not quite so old, but still very, very worthy of its heritage. So yes, I totally agree, Councillor Rampton, very important.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. So, Councillor Trent.
Councillor Miles would like to speak, and could an invitation be sent to him? Thank you.
He's not online, and I'm not seeing any indication from him.
He's trying to log on. I think, does he need an invitation to be sent?
Okay,
to
no,
so he
I
can
don't
log
mind
on?
once he has, but rather than delay it and wait for him, I'll carry on with the members. We've
Yeah,
already
I'm just
started
saying,
that
can
process.
an invitation be sent?
By all
to him?
means, once he's online, we can. So I think we'll just carry on for a moment and go to Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking from a couple of points of view. One of them is a ward councillor whose purpose for being there is to try to deliver things within the area. And I have noticed a difference between how it was when Poole had its own borough council and it was a unitary authority, and now when we're BCP and it's got a much bigger area of responsibility, and it's been absolutely squeezed to within an inch of its life by the financial pressures that unfortunately a series of incompetent governments seem to have made as bad or worse. But the other angle I'm speaking at is I had the honour of being mayor a couple of years ago, and I was something like the 775th or 774th mayor. The town has been in existence for 777 years. And the last 6 years, it hasn't been an entity. And I actually think it's really important that Poole is an entity, even if it's a town council with limited powers. And and during my year as mayor, I visited a lot of areas at my own expense in Dorset, where they've got town and parish councils. And I'll give you an example. Bridport set up a town council in 2016 to save a youth club. They saved and maintain this youth club. They don't actually run it themselves. They also maintain a theatre. They started mowing the verges of the towns in that thing more than the county council was prepared to do. They started looking after things in the town which they wouldn't have been able to have been looked after. And anywhere where there is a town council, you feel a much greater sense of identity. And I think that Poole would benefit greatly from getting its sense of identity back, having those limited extra powers it's got, because the only thing it has to do,
strangely enough, is provide allotments. That's the only statutory service that it has to provide, other than providing a town clerk and having elections every 4 years or whatever. So, but it could actually do a lot for a really modest amount. Because of it's so large, it would be one of the largest in the country. It could actually do quite a lot with a very modest council tax surcharge. And I know that council tax isn't part of what's supposed to be discussed, but you know, I've been sort of open about it, and you know, I've made calculations in my head, and I think, you know, a very modest bandy of about 20 quid a year would probably make one hell of a difference to the town. So I fully support it goes out to the next stage of consultation. I am aware that there will be people saying, I don't want to pay more money, I don't want more bureaucrats. Well, I think town councils employ 2-3 people, they might employ half a dozen, depends on what they take on. But you know, I don't think it will be some bureaucratic monster. It shouldn't cost a fortune, and I do greatly believe that a town with such a long history deserves to have its own identity and its own entity, and I think a town council is one way of delivering it. So I'm sort of passionately in favour of it. But
thank you, Councillor Trent. That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I'm going to give a slightly different view from what you may have heard by some members of the panel, and I just want to take a little bit of time just to explain why, and I'll have more to comment on in the Bournemouth section as well. But the first issue I just want to raise is how this whole process has been conducted, and you'll have heard a question from a member of the public earlier on about what the composition of this panel was, and colleagues may have noticed that I left this panel halfway through this working group, and I didn't do that lightly, and I've been involved in local politics for well over a decade, and I take it really seriously, and I've been through some god-awful meetings over my time, but I've gritted through because it's important to do it. And this is the only time in the whole of my political career that I've ever felt the need to walk out of a meeting and resign from a committee because of the conduct and the process that working group was actually not following, and rather than it should have been following. And I'll give a few examples of that in a minute. But I think central to that is a failure for us to understand exactly what a community governance review is supposed to do. Now, the chair of the working group at the beginning talked about the fact that and I've been involved in other community working groups, governance reviews across the country, helping other councils. And the role of the upper tier authority is very much to be the arbiter of the submissions that come in from the public, not to come up with their own fanciful ideas, but there was a consultation that was put out there, asked for submissions from members of the public, and then really the view of the upper tier authority is there to sift and to decide, particularly where there are competing suggestions overlapping and things like that. What became really clear from this working group that many members from the off had a particular agenda, which they were quite annoyed about, weren't reflected often in some of the submissions that came forward. In fact, the cabinet member on the group, when we were talking about the fact that we didn't have very many submissions, said, well, it's because the consultation was very, very poor and done over Christmas. But of course, he is the cabinet member for consultations. So, you know, I really think trying to shoo away the fact that we didn't get the result we wanted for the lack of submissions because we didn't do a very good job, I don't think is a very good excuse. Another thing I found in this particular committee, and why I will be voting against these proposals tonight, is that if you accepted that we should be taking all of these submissions that came in from the public really seriously, and like the chair of the working party said at the beginning, well, if we've got them, we should just consult on them, then we should follow that through. But the pool examples are a prime example of this working group not following that at all. So we had a number of different submissions that came in within the pool area. We had Broadstone, which was accepted pretty much without any discussion. We had Hamworthy that came in. We had submissions from Camford Cliffs. Chair, 2 members of that working party immediately dismissed the Camford Cliffs proposals, and I'm quoting here from what they said in that meeting. They said, we can't agree to have a Camford Cliffs proposal because first of all, it gets in the way of what we want, which is the bigger pool. And secondly, there's loads of rich people in Camford Cliffs and they might have a higher precept, better services, and that's not fair to the rest of pool. Now, that is not the kind of thing anybody should be saying, and it certainly shouldn't be part of a decision-making process. The same with the Hamworthy proposal. The Hamworthy proposal I think was fairly well formed actually, and does, I lived in Hamworthy for a number of years. It is absolutely a community. But again, the working group dismissed that because they didn't feel like it was a proper community, and they'd much prefer a bigger pool submission. And then coming to that pool submission that's in front of us, although we had a number of submissions for a pool-wide proposal, nobody actually said in those submissions that they wanted bits of pool. It was the whole of pool, which in theory would include Broadstone as well. And a number of us in that working group repeatedly brought up the point that it is a complete overreach for the working group to come up with ideas that weren't submitted to us, a kind of fill in the gaps proposal, if you like. So while I accept that there might well be a number of people that think that these town and parish councils are a good idea, that the whole process was flawed from the off. I think if we were sticking to pool, because I've got more things to say about Bournemouth later, if we were going out for a pool consultation, well, we should go out with consultation for all of the submissions that were given in, rather than a Frankenstein idea, which many of the members of that working group came in distinctly almost admitting that they were predetermined and that we're going to vote for from day one. So as you can see, I feel very, very strongly about the whole process that has been followed here, and that's why I took the extraordinary decision, in my view, of resigning from that. I couldn't sit in it any longer, because I think at one stage after the first meeting, Councillor Dove and I had made 8 recommendations, which were broadly, that seems sensible, let's put it to consultation, and each one of them was voted down by a number of other members of that committee. So I think you've heard loud and clear my views. I've got some strong views on the Bournemouth proposal as well, which incidentally had no members of the public supporting it whatsoever, so at least this one had some. Just the final point I would make, which is about heritage. And I remember when we first had the all-member briefing on these proposals, there was almost a cross-party unanimity of views that the protection of the mayoralty for both Bournemouth and Poole on historic boundaries was one of the most critical things that many people thought should be not squandered on our watch. And the problem we've got with both of these proposals, with both Poole and Bournemouth, is that whilst there is a protection of the mayoralty, we have a serious geographical erosion of that mayoralty. So agreeing the Poole proposal will be akin to saying that the Poole mayoralty that we used to, covering, as you know, as Councillor Trent said, the whole of Poole, well, that's not going to exist from this at all, because the charter trustees fall away, and that covers the whole of Poole. Incidentally, if we just agreed to a few small parish councils within Poole, charter trustees would still exist, and the mayoralty would remain untouched for the whole of the historic borough of Poole as well. And I do think it's important that we protect that mayoralty as well. And I really don't think it's acceptable, after over almost 800 years of mayoralty, to see it diluted on our watch as well. So I'll be voting against these proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Waite.
Thank you, Steve. I mostly agreed with what Councillor Hadley said, so I won't sort of repeat those things that I was going to say. I think I just wanted to add something about the tax burden, because it's been central government policy to kind of limit those headline tax rates, and in doing so shift the tax burden onto local government, whilst we've been facing these higher demand for statutory services. That isn't our policy, it was theirs. So if there's a higher cost to residents, that shouldn't stop us from doing what residents want, and they still want these better services. It may not kind of translate as, oh, we want a parish council. It may be that some people are still thinking of 10 years ago when the financial situation was very different. I do believe there is demand expectation from residents to be more like Swanage, and they certainly don't want to see any further cuts, which are pretty much, inevitable, I think, at the statutory service provider level. I'll be voting for, and very happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any other members? Councillor Walters.
Firstly, I'd like to ask for Richard to come in about the process. Richard, are we allowed as a committee, or as a working group, to create new submissions?
Through you, Chair. Absolutely. You can, obviously we went out for submissions. There were a mixture of different proposals. And as you said at the beginning, Chair, the working group felt that for equity purposes that we should test whether or not there is a demand for the Bournemouth area. So there is no reason not to put forward a proposal for the Bournemouth area.
Thank you. And to follow up on a few things that have been said so far, so the history of Poole would remain, as Poole Town Council would take that on. The area of Broadstone would not be included within that mayoralty, but Broadstone's only been part of Poole for a very short amount of time. We're not breaking off 800 years of Broadstone being part of Poole. That just isn't the case. The consultation will find out if people want this. You know, people can come in here and say constantly, okay, there's no appetite for it. Great. Put your money where your mouth is and let's find out. The names of the ward councillor will also be part of this, so people can actually make representations as to what they would like their ward to be called. They can also say where they feel like they live. So we could end up seeing that lots of the ward boundaries do end up changing after that submission comes back. The Poole submission was the most popular submission we received for Poole. There were submissions that allowed, well, there was a submission that allowed for bits of Poole to be split off as part of that. But again, that's irrelevant because as we've just heard from Richard, we're allowed to do that. It's part of the process and the power of this task and finish group that we can make recommendations that go out to consultation. Those are, I think, responses to everything that we've heard so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Miles is now online, so we can invite him in, please.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me now? Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, no, just that what I picked up, I just want to make it clear that when I brought this to the Charter Trustees, it all seemed very rushed, and I managed to get a lot of people together in the same room. So just to discuss what the possible options were, and we pretty much unanimously said that we'd rather a whole pool option instead of it being divvied up. But my real fear with this that it does seem to be very rushed, and I have to agree with what Phil was saying just now. And at the moment, I feel the mayoralty feels safe, although it's not operating as well as it should do. But it is operating well, but there are problems. But I feel the mayoralty is safe with the Charter Trustees. I'm not too sure that it's gone. I feel that it's, you know, passing it over to a new body. It's going to give it the security that it needs. So I have to say that I'm not for it at this stage. But I think it stems down about the culture about BCP. And I think maybe we should be looking at what we're doing there before we start adding another level of bureaucracy into it. So that's my only fears with this. So that's what I'm going to offer at the moment. But if I was there, I wouldn't certainly vote for this presently.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miles. So I'm going to bring in Councillor Aikenhead. Okay, I'll bring Councillor in. But before you come in, I'd just like to say that this process is always going to be painful, and you're going to get a lot of different views expressed. But this is just the start. This is the start, and we haven't gone on public consultation yet. Sorry, why is everybody? You're all laughing at me. And so, you know, there's going to be a lot of this, I'm afraid. You know, I accept what Councillor Broadhead has said exactly. I can understand why he's saying that. But at the end of the day, we had to start the process. We've formed the working group. They've done this democratically, and this is what they've come up with, and it's the starting point. So, you know, yeah, say it, but we have to proceed in a way. So, with that, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Aikenhead. Please don't laugh at me again. I might get upset.
Someone there rather than you. I don't know. Okay, so I've listened to what everyone said. It's really it is interesting just to bring it all together, and I do think there are some really good points that have been made. I do understand that maybe some of the people who are on the edge of Poole perhaps don't have that feeling of loss of identity that some of the wards that are more central to Poole have. I believe that the reason that we had so many submissions that wanted a town council for Poole, and it was quite a lot considering how many submissions you'd normally get for this sort of governance review, and from people in so many different areas of Poole. So someone in Camford Heath wanted a whole Poole solution, somebody in Parkstone, somebody in Hamworthy. I believe the reason that people were suggesting that is because I feel in my ward there is a real drive to want a town council for Poole, and if we had decided not to recommend it, I believe that as soon as the community governance review is finished, we'd be getting our petitions together and starting out to get a new one, which really wouldn't be a great use of anyone's time. Obviously, if I'm wrong, it will come out in the consultation, but I really believe that there is a big drive in Poole to, particularly in the centre of Poole where I represent, to have a town council, and the primary reason for that is the reason of identity. I hear what the mayor is saying about the worry about whether the mayoralty is safe, but I believe it's actually safer with a town council. Many other, this has happened many times in other places across the country. You've already heard it said by some of the people in Christchurch, when the mayoralty is transferred over to the town council, it's not going to dwindle, actually, like it is at the moment, to tell you the truth. At the moment, the charter trustees were never designed to be for the edge of an area. The idea of charter trustees was to be for a central area that doesn't need parishes because it's the central area of a larger council. It says that when you look at all that legal guidance we have said, there's quotes for what people said in Parliament when they were setting up charter trustees, and that's what they were set up for. They were not set up for places like Poole. I'm talking exclusively about Poole here because I do think some of the points that have been made might be absolutely the other way for Bournemouth. In terms of this submission, it's not the whole of Poole, it's the whole of Poole without Broadstone, and that does mean Broadstone will no longer be covered by the Mayor of Poole. But we are suggesting a town council for Broadstone, so they will be able to have, if they want, a mayor of Broadstone. So everywhere will still have a mayor. It's just that we are creating an extra one in response to somebody saying they wanted it. And if they don't want it, they'll say they don't want it, and then we've got the choice to then put it back into Poole. I believe because Broadstone is more towards the edge of Poole, it means that we can do that, and it still makes perfect sense what we're suggesting. So I'm going to move that we accept the recommendations here and recommend to Cabinet that they go forward with the recommendations for Poole as they are, bearing in mind that obviously during the public consultation we can look at things that we'll take comments from the public about things like the names.
And Broadstone, sorry, no?
Yes, I would say for the whole of Poole and Broadstone, I would move that we recommend that those are unchanged.
Okay, do you have a second there? I think Crispin Goodall, Councillor Goodall,
Okay.
yes, I seconded that. So all in favour of that motion?
Just to confirm, that was 11 in favour and 2 against.
Now we come on to Bournemouth, and there are a few. I'm not sure that we can do the whole of this. Do we have anybody here
Do it all.
from?
It's connected. If you don't do it all together, it's going to be a chaos.
Councillor Canavan.
Yeah, but I've got some changes to make to that one.
You can still do it all together.
Sorry, could
Yeah, sorry.
I suggest that we split these ones up and do the whole of Bournemouth first and then the others afterwards? I think that might be a helpful way.
You need
Yes.
to have people
Okay.
councillors talking.
Yeah, Councillor Kavanagh's up there as well. Just a moment. Yeah.
not me on
Yeah.
but if
Okay. Okay.
Do we
Sorry?
just to check?
Have I? Members, we've lost the live stream apparently, so we're just going to adjourn for a couple of minutes.
Okay, you're back on.
Okay, thanks. We will take Bournemouth Town as the first item collectively. But bear in mind that we will have to come back to some of these others because there are some changes being proposed, and that may reflect back on that. So the sequence in which we vote on this may be we may have to take the voting at the end possibly. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But we'll start off with Bournemouth Town and Councillor Cavanagh. You're the first one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just for the sake of transparency, I did make an initial submission and I did respond to the subsequent email which asked us to respond to the draft recommendations. It didn't do much good because those points have been completely ignored, but I made them anyway. I do want to agree to some extent with the comment from Councillor Rampton about the press release. I'm not sure I'd go so far as to call it propaganda, but it was a professional piece of spin, in my view, to put forward a particular point of view. And I also agree to some extent with what Councillor Broadhead has said about the process. It seems to me that it has been incredibly selective in terms of what has come forward. So from what we have heard already, we don't need to do any of this in relation to Bournemouth. In my view, we don't need to draw lines between communities. It is both unnecessary and potentially divisive. So arguments about territory, what councils cover which car park, seem to me to be unnecessary, but seldom have positive outcomes. So I'll make it clear, Chair, that my preferred option is to do nothing in Bournemouth, to leave Bournemouth alone. And Councillor Walters has indicated in his opening remarks that that is possible for us to reject all of these recommendations, and that is what I'm asking the Overview and Scrutiny Board to do, so that we reject all of the recommendations in relation to Bournemouth, and we don't do anything at all. I do not believe there is any appetite in Bournemouth to create separate parish councils. It's certainly not supported by the majority of councillors in Bournemouth. So I really do not feel it is necessary. Now, in response to the kind of assertion that you have the consultation and put your money where your mouth is, people do need to understand what the consequences of that will be. There will be a bonfight politically, organisationally, which will be incredibly divisive. We don't have to go down that road and waste taxpayers' money in the process. So I think it's something that we should seriously consider. This board should seriously consider that we should do nothing, because this whole exercise is predicated on doing something, and that seems to me to be a false starting point. One thing I do want to stress strongly is my complete opposition to this idea of a Bournemouth Town Council, which is not a Bournemouth Town Council at all. It's a town council based on a part of Bournemouth that has no support, no public support. Nobody recommended it, dreamt up by the working group, and completely opposed to by certainly my group. I just think that has no place in these recommendations and should be rejected fairly firmly by this committee. It was never intended to be a receptacle for everything else that was left over. That was never the intention, and that's what it's been made. And I think that's a completely false assessment. I don't know whether you are intending to take separate representations in relation to the individual parishes, but I would like to say something more either now or later about the boundaries in relation to Boscombe and Southbourne, but I won't do that if you're wanting to contain this to the overall issue of Bournemouth. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Canavan. Are there any more speakers that wish to speak? Okay. Councillor Carr-Brown?
Thank you, Chair. I was umming and ahhing about when to speak, but as I'm going to talk about, because it's difficult about how we're breaking this up, but as I'm going to talk mostly about the sort of rest of Bournemouth, if you like, I'm going to speak now. However, I am going to sound quite a lot like the previous speaker, but I do want to make my views known. So, I mean, on page 16, we talk about the initial submissions for consideration only, and yet it feels like we have an unstoppable head of steam building with the recommendations before us. A recommendation can quickly become a baseline. It can still be rejected, yes, but then people feel that they need to kind of justify that rejection. The starting point should be, in fact, doing nothing, and reasons should be found to depart from there. So I realise this wasn't a consultation, but I think many people won't realise the long process we're looking at here with several stages and the importance being attached to each of those stages. As a result, we've many submissions saying do nothing, and yet the working group process seems to have propelled us past the do nothing stage arbitrarily, in my view. And I want to stress I am just talking about Bournemouth when I make these remarks. This feels like we're well on the way to a fait accompli. I would like a recommendation that doing nothing is a starting point. It is a bona fide option. There are other options, such as the Charter Trustees and neighbourhood forums with much lower costs that we could also pursue. We're told that community cohesion is a key aim of this process, yet I'd argue that the process of parishing by definition reduces cohesion by introducing false boundaries not universally acknowledged by local people. As parishes allow for a precept to be raised, one of the principal reasons to introduce them is to improve local services, a laudable pursuit, but one that should be undertaken on a wider scale to ensure the aims of effective services, fairness and community cohesion that are spoken about on page 22. The enabling council vision that has been touted by the current administration is undermined by parishes, as they will involve the transfer of the very services that were surely envisaged to be the ones most likely to need enabling. Is this an admission that the enabling vision can't be achieved? Coterminous boundaries are considered essential, but we can see from some of the submissions the nonsense that will create in parts of Bournemouth and defeats the stated aim of representing a defined area with particular characteristics. And finally, not one representation came from my ward of Queen's Park, and so the residents I represent risk being lumped into a town council, that's the rest of Bournemouth Town Council as currently envisaged, that they do not want, never asked for, and which will be utterly meaningless to them geographically. The effect it will have on the unparished areas must be weighed heavily against the drive to parish some other areas. By that I mean the effect of these recommendations. Whatever is done must be fair for all parts of our town. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Councillor Adams. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm probably going to rehash a lot of what the previous two speakers said. I was the only councillor to vote against the proposal for a governance review. I had a gut feeling this was exactly the way it would go. It's clear to see the predetermination of some members of the working group. I think Councillor Aikenhead said on the last item, if the people of Broadstone didn't want a council, they'll go in with Paul. Even if it was a slip, it seems no council wasn't even on our mind, but I guess that speaks volumes. And I think we did do a consultation to ask the residents if they were at all interested. In Bournemouth, not one person was. They didn't want a Bournemouth-wide extra council, and dozens said leave it as it is. And call it whatever you want. It was a consultation. It was on the consultation website, and it's still showing on the website as a closed consultation. You can rebrand it as much as you want, but you went out and asked people if they're interested, and they said no. What will be the cost of the consultation on the thing that no one wants to ask or wants it enough to ask for? I think Councillor Walters said put your money where your mouth is. The point is, it's not our money, it's our residents. And this council seems to have a long, proud history of ignoring consultations in any case, so why would any resident have any faith will listen? Especially if you hear the concerns of Councillor Broadhead, Canavan and Rampton about the puffery and predetermination it appears to be coming from the council. Given the forced devolution from government, we're going to end up with tiers and tiers of local authority and tiers from their residents when they see the tax bills. What will be the cost to the residents if it does get forced through? I think Councillor Rampton said £200 a year for a council in Dorset. In Falmouth, it's £423 a year. Can our residents justify that? How long before the very many extra councillors demand allowances? And how much are we going to have to pay for the additional staff? I do accept there's more responses for Paul, so you can understand the benefit of consulting there. But in response to Councillor Trent's comments as well, I don't think a council makes a town. A council's an accounting unit. A town's a place. Poole and Bournemouth were around well before even Poole and Bournemouth Council, I'm sure. And in Kinson, it might have been even older. It was in the Doomsday Book. If you didn't know, I'm not so. And again, it'll be a place long after I'm dead, regardless of what council's in charge. So, and again, not a single resident in Kinson responded. Meaning, like Councillor Carr Brown's ward, they weren't at all interested. I know what this will lead to: more clerks, more cost, less services. This council will end up as a delivery mechanism for social care and shove everything else on to the Bournemouth Town Council. And a specific plea for the chair. I understand. I know we're not going into Red Hill, but I understand you may be inclined to support a proposal for Red Hill to save the paddling pool. I know how strongly you want to save it, and I do as well. But if they want to strong arm you into creating a whole new local authority for a paddling pool, I just think that's absolute madness, and it shouldn't have to come to that. But that's about it. So, and I agree with Councillor Miles, let's fix our own problems as a council first before we create a bunch of other ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Northover, did you indicate just now?
we finished doing all
I've got one more. Yeah, we come on now to members on the board. So, yeah, you, Councillor Northover.
Thank you. I just feel that there's just not enough support for this. So a few years ago we had a proposal for a parish in Threep and Holdenhurst, and that was a really dedicated group of residents who got together over a couple of years and really had to make a case, and it was that process that made a strong parish council, and this feels very top down instead, and so it just doesn't feel that it's going to create that same type of organisation. I'm concerned about the idea of submissions, because some of these are just people filling out a form. They're not really submissions. They're not. I mean, it's sort of, it gives it legs when it's just somebody giving some thoughts. I think there's only one from my ward, and it's just somebody's ideas. It's not. I don't think it's fair to call it a submission in this sense. And I think I've just been looking at Boscombe because it's an area I've known and had dealings with over a couple of decades, and I do live there, and I just cannot see that level of interest. I don't see that. I see that it's the forum, which is a small number of people that have put in this submission. It seems quite crazy to me that that would cause such a big development when it's actually us that have gone and asked if anybody wants to put forward a submission. It's just not the same. It doesn't feel like it's coming from the ground up. So I would agree that I think we should do nothing in Bournemouth.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chair. And look, I'll start by apologising for the kind of strength of feeling in my earlier statement, but I'm actually feeling quite buoyed up tonight because I thought I was the only sane one in the room when we've been talking about this previously, but I agree completely with a lot of what my colleagues have just been saying. This is too big of a decision to be forced into having to make it. The whole point of the community governance review, as I'd said earlier on, is to gather views and submissions from the public, and if they really want something, then agree to it. It is not to start from the position, of course we're going to do something, which is how I think this whole process has been started and carried on. And the reason it's so important, in particular with the Bournemouth submission, is that this would be, if it was created, one of the largest town councils in the whole country. And as we've heard from others, there was not one member of the public that asked for this, never mind, particularly not a fill-in-the-gaps Bournemouth one, which is a proposal in front of us, but not one member of the public asked for a Bournemouth full town council anyway. And 27 in the consultation actually said that either do nothing or they disagreed with the whole concept. So if we were just taking it on the submissions that were given to us, then we should start from the position of not doing anything, rather than this idea of parity and therefore we have to do something. So I completely agree with Councillor Canavan. We absolutely do not have to do anything. I don't think we should be doing anything, particularly when it would be the largest town council in the country, when clearly there's little appetite for it whatsoever. One of the other things I'd said in the previous meeting, when we talked about this in full council, kicking off the process, was, again, we've kind of fallen into this trap of two things. First of all, thinking that this would be completely normal to parish the whole of Bournemouth and Poole. And I said this in full council, I know of no other urban area like ours. You know, Bournemouth and Poole, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole is 7-8 miles across, that even have town and parish councils, never mind talking about parishing the whole area. There's a real value in town and parish councils. They can bring people closer to the community. They can do lots of things that work really well in big geographical communities where you have a big council covering a wide area, and then each of the individual villages can have a little something extra for themselves. In an urban area like ours, to be putting all of these extra layers, particularly as Councillor Adams has said, we've got more layers coming, just seems massively bureaucratic and will be really confusing for residents as well. Imagine being a resident in my ward of Talbot and Branxton Woods, whereas depending on where you live in, if you had a local issue, do you go to your Poole Town councillor, or do you go to your Bournemouth Town councillor, or do you go to your BCP councillor? I mean, you can just see the whole thing is a recipe for disaster. And then the final point I would make is that Councillor Adams said it, probably even better than I could, is I'm just growing a bit wary of this idea that's been put across that we kind of have to do this. It's bribery, essentially, that we have to create these because BCP is not very good at doing things anymore. And if we don't really want to fund your paddling pool anymore or clean your streets, but if we create a new parish council, well, via a new tax, they may do it for us. Well, there's no statutory kind of. These new councils don't have to do anything. They can decide that all they want to do is some planting and the occasional thing. They don't have to do any of the services that BCP isn't currently doing. And as Councillor Rampton said right at the beginning, the answer to BCP not being very good is just to make BCP better and do the things that we absolutely should be doing rather than make excuses and putting more taxes on. So on that basis, considering we are talking about a Bournemouth-only proposal and considering that 27 people said no thank you and not one member of the public said yes, I'd like to make a proposal that we do not take forward that recommendation and that goes forward to Cabinet, that we don't think that there's an appetite for this. And I'll seek a seconder if there is one.
I'm mindful that there are other parishes that have got recommendations against it, and I'm a bit concerned that this proposal taken to the vote at this point may actually...
I'm quite happy to have another discussion about the others, but this is the Bournemouth Town one I'm talking about.
Okay. Sorry?
Chair, if I may just clarify, I think Councillor Broadhead, you're referring to Appendix K, which sets out the recommendations in relation to the Bournemouth Town area. We can then get on to the other areas.
Absolutely. So to be really clear, Chair, I'd make a proposal that when we're talking about the Bournemouth Town fill in the gaps council, that I would call it, that we don't take that forward, that we recommend not to take that forward, and see if anybody wishes to second that.
Okay. You have a seconder?
Lisa, second.
Councillor Northover? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'd just like to have a little word about the proposals. Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. There's a lot of validity in what you've said, and in the recommendations that have been given. My view on this is that, in a way, the proposal to parish everything is a reflection of the failure, in a way, of LGR, which I find really sad. Because I do remember when we went into LGR, the aspiration was that our services would improve and we would be able, through the efficiency that we make, to improve our services and have extra services. What's actually happened is that we've actually now come to a point where services have been sort of reduced significantly. We're getting rid of all sorts of services and cutting it to the absolute bare bones, the completely opposite of what we hoped as residents we would have. And now I'm sort of conflicted on the arguments here, because on one hand I really want, and I like the thought of being able to generate support for things locally within the area that I live, both for community events, the parks, the way the place looks, extra benches, keeping the paddling pool going. I'm attracted to that, but equally, I don't want to see, it shouldn't have to be like that. That's the problem, and I think we all probably feel a bit like that. So but my overriding concern is that it should be the public that make their mind up about this. We've all got good, strong views on it, but I'm actually not convinced that the public generally are even aware of this. I would suggest that probably a very, very small percentage of our residents have any idea that this debate is going on. So I'm going to support these recommendations for one main reason, that is to make sure it gets out there for consultation and that people do have an opportunity to make their views clear. And hopefully there'll be more time and more emphasis on communicating with residents to make sure that they do understand what's at stake here. But I agree with an awful lot on both sides of this argument. So that's my view. Has anybody else got any more views that they'd like to express on that?
We've got a whole list of people here.
Okay.
Oliver, me, Tony,
Okay.
Mark, John Bisley.
Okay.
Kate.
So Councillor Waters, you're first then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And in reference to what you've just said in terms of making sure that everyone sees this, part of this is planned to do a leaflet drop to everyone. So every household will get a postcard making them aware of it. It will probably be the most publicity any consultation has ever had from BCP. Where earlier on it was mentioned that the areas themselves, there's going to be some conflict as to where borders might be and that sort of thing. That is part of the consultation. So people will be able to say if they live in South Bournemouth but want to be part of Bournemouth, they can say that. If they're in Boscombe, want to be part of Bournemouth, they can say that. The consultation will find out what people want. It's quite strange to me that when people are making assumptions about what our residents want, when all we have to do here is vote to push this recommendation through, and we'll find out. It's that simple. When it comes to whether or not we think there's value in this, every single councillor on this board voted tonight to keep the parishes in Christchurch, which means that we see some value in the existence of parishes. Why would we stop our residents in Bournemouth from being able to voice their issue, their opinions on it, if they think there's some value? We've all agreed in this room tonight that there is some value to parish councils because we've all supported the continued existence of one. Let's let people in Bournemouth say that for themselves. Everyone in BCP will be consulted on this, no matter what we vote on this. It will not save any money if we turn around and say, let's not go ahead with this recommendation. That's everything I have.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Aikenhead, do you want to go now? Do you want to leave it to the end? Okay, Councillor Aikenhead.
Okay, so I'm not surprised that we're all wanting to debate this now, because even on the working group, when we voted on it, it was 5-4. So it is a very contentious issue. I at first thought that it was quite a good idea to put something in the consultation document to give people of Bournemouth the choice. But after listening to people talk about it, councillors from Bournemouth, because I'm not in Bournemouth myself, I feel that there is a much stronger feeling in Bournemouth not to have parishes than there is in Poole. It's a very difficult thing on the working group because we all wanted to be able to put forward all the suggestions and just give the public the choice in the consultation. But we were told all the way through what we're doing is making recommendations. And if we recommend something, we're actually saying we want to do it. It's not a neutral thing that we're saying we're just putting this out in case you like it. And I do have difficulty in recommending the rest of Bournemouth solution because it just doesn't seem to be a coherent area without the other areas. So whereas with Poole we had Broadstone, which is quite clearly separate, with the Bournemouth idea you've got places like Boscombe, which is really an integral part of Bournemouth, which really makes it not work quite so well. It's yes, we can reject some of the submissions. We decided not to recommend the Parkstone ones, the Hamworthy ones. We decided not to recommend the one that was for the whole of Bournemouth. So there are plenty of things that we're not giving the public the choice about. So I feel that on balance, this is, if we are putting this out to consultation, we're telling the public we think this is what they want, whatever we put out. And I think we may be wrong about this. I'm hearing a lot from, and I say it's not about assuming what our public think, it's about us as ward councillors having a sense of what people think in our area. I feel I have a very good sense of what people in my ward think, but I don't know what people in Bournemouth think. But I talk to some Bournemouth councillors and they tell me that there's not a lot of appetite for this council, and in fact there was no submission that actually suggested it. So I am with the people who are saying that this rest of Bournemouth one is not one that we should be pursuing, and that is the same way as I voted in the working group at the last meeting. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trent?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I must admit that I've got some very mixed feelings about where we should go on Bournemouth. In fact, I think I might have even abstained at the meeting, but I think it's really the fact that BCP Council ended up being based in the old Bournemouth Town Hall, and you've still got all the traditions and the history still built into this building. We're sitting in a room that's named after a Bournemouth relationship, so to speak. And, I wonder whether there would have been a different attitude in Bournemouth had the new council been based in Poole or Christchurch or something like that. I think you might have had the same identity crisis, because in Poole, effectively, the history and traditions of the town lives locked in little rooms down here, or travel around in the back of a car. It's sort of totally different. But the one thing that makes me not so absolutely going along with the do nothing is the offering a choice. Now, if we went along the line of not recommending anything and there was a demand, if people suddenly saw things happening in Poole or happening in other areas where there's a town council, maybe they suddenly started to see an improvement in what was going on in sort of Southbourne, you might start to get a demand. Obviously, the fact that one bit of Bournemouth did actually have a separate parish, which is the Holdenhurst and Throop, and we discussed that in the first year I was on the council, and I was on the small little working party that sort of did that. So it has happened where a bit of Bournemouth has been sort of shaved off and is a parish, but I think it's one of those things that if we went ahead with town councils and community councils in other parts of the conurbation, and people started to look around and say, oh, look, they've got this, they've got that, or they've saved that paddling pool, they've saved that play park, or something like that, then I think you might get a slightly different attitude. So I'm kind of a bit conflicted on the Bournemouth situation, because, and they would have another chance, but they might have to wait a long time before anything sort of happens on it. But, I was thinking, as was sort of expressed in the working party, well, let's kind of be fair, let's just have that option on the table. But it was a peculiar one, because it was the leftovers after there were some quite strong submissions that we discussed. So it's a bit of an odd one.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. As a Poole Town councillor, a Poole Town Centre councillor, and somebody who wasn't on the working group, I am looking at this as an outsider, really, and hopefully that will bring some objectivity. I have thought about this and the related issues for quite some time, and it seems to me that Poole was and how it developed was it developed in a coherent way, and it still has like a major centre and not really any centre that challenges that. Whereas Bournemouth is much more, I like to describe it as a series of urban villages, really. It has some very successful local centres surrounding the town centre, and in a way it is more suited to being broken up into parishes or other town councils into the mix. But I think that started to happen already, and there's question marks as to how many people support the kind of breakaway parishes that have been proposed. But that there is a danger that in years to come, other areas will come forward. More parts of Bournemouth area will be split up and become parishes, and it will become more patchwork. And it seems to me that this is the one and only opportunity to give people in Bournemouth a chance to say, yeah, I would like a town council. And then if there's no response in the consultation to that, then it can be put on one side and we retain the situation, the existing situation. But I don't think it works the other way around, really. I think this is the one opportunity they get. So I'm inclined to support the original recommendation. The other point I'd like to make is that Councillor Adams talks about BCP Council becoming a social care body, and I think that's the reality of the situation. Now, this council is a social care body that does other things, but it can only do those other things in essentially one way, the way that is dictated by the cheapest, most efficient way to deliver something. And that gives very little opportunity for councillors to really make a difference and to respect and kind of follow through with the ambitions of their local residents, in particular local issues. And a town council does give that opportunity. And I think that as other town councils develop and start to deliver for their residents, the people left behind, so to speak, in Bournemouth could say we want some of that, and that could hasten the fragmentation of Bournemouth, because you'll get more areas come forward saying, we want to be like them, we want those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like just to rehearse one or two of the things I said in my submission, which I got in right at the very last minute, having been given only a matter of a few days to do it. And that comes back to this issue of how fast this process has evolved, how quickly we have changed where we were in terms of looking at this council and our responsibilities as a council for the delivery of services, and how it now seems to me that this whole process has been almost hijacked, I think I would say, because in terms of my submission, which got scant airtime as far as the working group were concerned, same true of the other submissions made by councillors, I really wanted to put across how this is going to play in the public domain. Because all very well and good saying, well, let's give residents the chance to make their views known. But of course, I then found in the working group how restrictive that would be. We weren't allowed to talk about the cost. We weren't allowed to talk about the services. We weren't allowed to talk about the almost inevitability of members of this town council wanting allowances, which in turn will of course grow like topsy, as they always do. We weren't allowed to do any of that. And yet these are the very material issues that members of the public in our communities will want to know. I have very little faith or confidence in the piece of paper that is going to be put out to all residents across Bournemouth. Very little faith at all, because it will tread the party line, and that party line will be in line with the press release that we saw last week. And I certainly wouldn't have signed up to that press release as a member of this working group. Not in a million years. I thought it totally misrepresented the discussions that took place, and it was something that was predetermined in and of itself. And I have a feeling that a number of people on that working group, I joined late, once Councillor Broadhead had resigned from it. And I realised what a poison chalice I've been handed, because I've never served on a body like the working group around these issues, particularly those when they were discussing Bournemouth. Never. And that's 25 years as a councillor representing Westbourne and Westcliff. I've never, ever served on a body within the preceding authority, nor indeed this current authority, that resembled anything like it. And the predetermination came across to me as a relatively new member of the working group very, very strongly. And we were told what we couldn't discuss, what couldn't get into the public domain, and I feel sure that that will not be represented to residents. So what does that mean? The process will inevitably become politicised if it hasn't done already, because others will have to put out to members of the public actually what the truth of the matter is. And I don't think they'll like it. I don't think they will thank us for trying to invent, I underline the word invent, a new layer of local government. And I've heard it this evening again, to make up for the shortcomings of BCP Council and the delivery of the services that residents want. Yes, there is dissatisfaction out there, but it's for us, as 76 members of this authority, to make sure this council does deliver and provide the services that residents want without them having to have the illusion that they will be provided by a town council, for which they will have the privilege of paying more. How much more, nobody knows. I think we've heard examples, I think Falmouth is an example, where their town council precept costs the residents a further £400 or so. Now, a lot of people out there, certainly in the community I represent, are struggling to pay what they have to pay BCP Council and the other precepts as it is. A further layer is going to be very, very unwelcome. I represent a lot of people who are elderly on fixed incomes, fixed pensions. It's true across a whole swathe of people within our community, and they will not be in a position to be paying more for that privilege of delivery of services by the council. Moving on from there, I hope that the leaflet, if that is what is determined, will have a little bit more input cross-party than the press release did, because it has to, because it's being put across as being the view of members of the working group. And I think Vice Chairman indicated that actually in the Bournemouth case, they'd only got through the working group by 5 votes to 4 as a recommendation. Not as you would think from reading that press release, that it was something that the working group recommended wholeheartedly. Half of us didn't. Almost half of us didn't. I think I would go back actually to what Councillor Carr Brown said when she spoke. Doing nothing is a starting point. Doing nothing is a starting point, and it certainly isn't an argument to say because Pool's got it and because Christchurch has got it, residents of Bournemouth should have the opportunity. I mean, it's preposterous to suggest that. I think that we should leave Bournemouth alone. I think doing nothing to Bournemouth is an option. In fact, I think it's the only option if we are to avoid the anguish and annoyance of our residents. And then we need to get on with making sure this council works properly for residents, and that we shouldn't then abscond from that responsibility and allow somebody else to pick it up. That is wrong. It's not what we're here for, Chairman, and I will be voting very strongly against any proposition for a Bournemouth Town Council. Finally, Chairman, is the issue of the mayoralty. And something that I hold very dear in Bournemouth. I know plenty of other people who do, not just members of the council. And if we end up with something being fragmented by the serious erosion of the area covered by the mayoralty, what does that mean? It means that the mayoralty is no longer what we've all lived with and respect and hold dear to us. I think that would be a grave mistake, not something that we can reverse later on. And I think that we will end up with something that resembles a dog's breakfast to most residents. They won't understand it. They won't understand how they get their services delivered at which level, and they will regret it, as indeed will we. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. So we've got Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question first, if I may, which is I just want to check my understanding. If
the rest of Bournemouth, as we've talked about, became a town council area in line with the potential recommendation here, would it be possible for parts of that area to choose to parish off again into smaller areas? Or would the creation of that rest of Bournemouth Town Council take that opportunity away? That's my question to start with, please.
Councillor Waters.
So firstly, I'd say that as part of this consultation, we will find out where people envision themselves as living throughout the conurbation. So in Bournemouth, people could say, you know, I feel more affinity towards Kinston than Bournemouth, for example. At the end of the result of that consultation, we could, if we say we've got lots of people saying Kinston is what I want, we could even go so far as to create a Kinston Parish Council in the next step. In the future, if we do create this Bournemouth Town Council, residents can create a petition still to bring about new parish councils within that area.
Okay, thanks. So I think the answer is yes.
Would you add anything to that, Richard? Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I think that's covered the points. But again, the guidance, I would draw attention to the guidance which recommends that a review of community governance is undertaken every 10 to 15 years, which has triggered this process because it's not been carried out well beyond that period.
Yes, understood. But I think others have said, it is possible to form a parish council outside of that process. It's happened here. I know it's not that easy and quick, but it can happen. Okay, thank you. I think that does help answer that question. I just then want, a lot of people have covered a lot of the points, and I don't want to go over them again. But I do just want to put forward the way that I view this, and I think that I'm coming down on the side of we shouldn't be putting forward the recommendation for the rest of Bournemouth Town Council. Sue touched on really the reason why I think that, which is that I understand that it's a recommendation on which we then consult about whether people want it or not, but it comes forward as we think this is a good idea because the word recommendation does suggest that. And I don't think we have any steer at the moment towards that idea, so I can't support a recommendation to consult further on it. That said, I am very supportive of communities that do want to parish and to organise at that lower tier of local government, to be able to do so. And I don't perceive some people tonight have talked about stealth tax or people being asked to pay for things that should just be happening anyway. I don't support that view. I think if communities want that, then they should be allowed to have that. But I don't want a town council to be put in place for the people who haven't said one way or the other whether they want it. So I can't, that specific recommendation I won't be able to support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Macron.
Thank you, Chair. Good debate. I'm listening, I'm toing, I'm throwing. Unless somebody actually says something in the last minute that will make me decide. So I'm going to be honest and I'm going to abstain at the moment because I just cannot say anymore. I'm appreciative of all the comments that have been made, and like I say, it is a case of to and froing. I've got my heart, I've got my head. It was easier for me to vote for Paul because that's what I was, but I'm struggling to give my actual vote on this because of how I'm feeling. Sorry. I am concerned with residents. I mean, I'm going to put it out there. I'm the type of person that would like to be asked, not to be told. So I am really concerned regarding residents. If there is no appetite for residents, then we should respect that. However, there will be those that say, but I didn't know. So that's why I'm torn. Do we tell them they've got to tell us what they want, or do we just say? So at this moment, I'm going to shush now as well. Thank you.
Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There was one thing that I wanted to say that I think came up in a previous speaker's comments, is that councillors on parish and town councillors don't get any payments or anything like that. So that isn't what that is not an extra cost. Yes, I agree, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you for correcting me or advising me. They can, but most of them don't. Ferndown does, oddly enough. Yeah, but in general, they don't. So I'd like that put out there. The other point was about the mayoralty of Bournemouth. The councillors are saying that they don't want it to change. It did change with LGR. It all changed. The charter trustees are now finding that they haven't got the powers that they wanted to have. I don't know how that's going to work out. But the other thing, the main point that I wanted to say was that I'm very upset to keep on hearing about predetermination of this task and finish group. I was on it from the beginning to the end. I only missed one meeting. I didn't see any predetermination. We discussed everything up and down, in and out, from corner to corner. And I thought that it was very well run. I thought the chairman chaired it excellently, considering how many various views there were. And so I really would prefer not to keep hearing about, I'm not looking at you in any particular reason, but no, I didn't see any predetermination, and I thought it was chaired very, very well. It was a very difficult thing to do. So that is all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Wade, I think will be the last speaker now. I think everybody's really, and then I'm going to ask for a quick response from Councillor Waters before we come to a vote on this, if that's all right.
Yeah, I don't really buy the confusion about which councillor do I go to. I mean, currently I get some emails which follow with the MP and vice versa. You just forward on the email. It's not really that hard. And people, yes, local government is confusing. It will continue to be confusing. I don't think that normal people are very interested in it. They just want things to work. They don't care if there are 1 through 5 layers. I mean, whatever, as long as things actually happen. And I think that our job as these 76 councillors that Councillor Beasley mentioned, as if, you know, we can just do better. Our job actually is to manage expectations. The world has changed. We are not the councils of 2005, and we can't be with the best will of the world. It's not about we need to step up and do better. We are doing the best we can with the money that we have, and if people want these services, they are going to have to pay for them, and we all need to be honest about that. If they don't want to pay for it, fine, they can't have the services, but we need to be, I think, honest and realistic with people.
Thank you very much. Right, so I'm going to ask Councillor Waters to respond on behalf of the working group. Then I will ask Councillor Broadhead to sum up as he made the proposal, and then we'll take it to the vote. Okay, thank you.
Cool. Just, I think there's a slight misunderstanding as to what the working group could do here. So we can't make kind of negative recommendations. We can't say we recommend that this doesn't happen. We have to make positive recommendations about what we can create. I think I've yet to hear a decent argument so far as to why we can't just let our residents tell us this fact. If they want to come around and say, we don't want this, I welcome that as a response. I do. If they say, we want this, great. If it's a tough decision, fine, I get that, but let's ask them. You know, it's again, and I've said this earlier, it's so strange that we're all just sat here saying our residents don't want this, when all we have to do is ask them in a survey that will get decent statistical information that says this percentage want it, this percentage don't want it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Jem. Just some brief final comments from me, and thank you for the spirit of debate from all of the colleagues. Just on the last point, last but one point that was raised about confusion of councillors when you have many different layers of local government. I didn't just make that up. I've experienced that. In fact, I had some story. I had some friends of mine that lived just across the border in Dorset, and they had a planning issue not so long ago. And I was around their house, and there was some buildings that were going on, and they said, "Don't worry, Phil. It's absolutely fine," because he's spoken to the local councillor and he said, "Oh, he's going to stop it, and he's going to do the X, Y, and Z and fix it for us." I probed a little bit further, and they'd spoken to their parish councillor. Now, they're parish councillors. We know parish councils are statutory consultees for planning, but they have no. Are we?
Just to hold. Sorry, we've lost the live stream. Councillor Broadhead, can we just adjourn the meeting whilst we fix it?
Chair. Thank you, Chair. So I've had real world experience of people that had thought they'd contacted the people that could do a difference, make a difference. All they'd actually contacted were their parish councillor that were going to sit in a parish council meeting and talk about the fact that they didn't like it either, but they were nothing to do with the final decision makers whatsoever. So I've seen and experienced the confusion that can happen. And if you take a number of these proposals I referenced earlier on my own ward, I'll probably end up having two parts of Talbot and Branksome Woods that are in the Bournemouth Council, parts of Talbot and Branksome Woods that are in the Poole Council, different councillors at the level below for that level, councillors from the BCP level. And I would absolutely accept that if we had an overwhelming desire for people that want this, but I just haven't seen any evidence. So to close, Councillor Walters just said that nobody has given him compelling reasons why we shouldn't go to consultation on this proposal in front of us. Well, I'll give two compelling reasons, if I may, Chairman. First of all, as we've said, and actually as the chairman said, the whole point of this process is that we can make positive recommendations or we make no recommendations at all. And considering that we had no representations from the public when we went out to consultation to ask people whether they wanted this, why would we go out to consultation on something that nobody has already told us that they want in the first place? It's a waste of time and it's a waste of money. And the second point that I would make that was really eloquently put by Councillor Beasley and a number of others is this council doesn't have a tremendous record on listening to consultations. I think we've had, 3 or 4 consultations in a row where we've had really strong views from members of the public, whether it's to do with Poole Park, whether it's to do with illegal camping on the beach, whether it's to do with enforcements around littering, where the public have said very clearly what they want, and the council has turned around and says, well, thank you for your views, but on balance, we've decided that we know best. And I have a real worry that with this process, we could get a handful of people that might have been jivvied up to say, yes, we like it. We could get hundreds that say that they don't want it. And then under the auspices of parity of services and everything, we end up falling into a position where the administration whips on this. So, there were no recommendations from members of the public for the proposal that is in front of us. And for that reason, I think we should just not put it forward as a positive recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beasley. Can somebody remind me of the wording that was made in the proposal? Because we're going to take this to the vote now.
It's just that the
would not be put forward.
Okay.
As a recommendation.
Okay. So the recommendation K.
Yeah.
Not be put forward for consultation.
One for the whole of Bournemouth.
Yeah.
The gaps Bournemouth.
So those in favour of that motion.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this is voting to take
in
it
favour
out.
to not put it.
Those against that motion.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that motion is carried.
Do you want to take abstentions?
Thank you. Sorry, so are there any abstentions?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Members, we've been going for 2 hours. We've still got a couple of more. I think probably just a couple of minutes comfort break would be appropriate.
We've got this item as well.
Sorry?
We've got the rest of this item.
Yes.
Yeah, I realise that, but people are asking for a quick break. Just a couple of minutes. Okay, members. So now we've got the other parishes recommendations to look at, and we've got Boscombe and Folkestone, Southbourne, Redhill and Northbourne. Oh, and Throop and Holdenhurst as well. Let's do that one first, shall we?
Ask, Eleanor has asked if we can do so.
Right. Okay, Southbourne first. Anybody from Southbourne here? Okay. Yeah, Councillor Connolly, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this this item forward. So I represent the ward of Boscombe East and Folkestone, and I want to express in particular how opposed I am to the Southbourne Council proposal in particular, and indeed splitting my area up into two little councils. So this does have a corollary for the Boscombe discussion. So firstly, I think it's ridiculous in today's climate to have less efficient and less joined up service provision and more bureaucracy. Seems nonsensical to me. In my area, it's going to have two different councils serving the same street in many cases. But secondly, and most importantly, I'm against this proposal for the simple reason that it completely splits my community in two, dividing communities that have lived happily together for over a century by drawing a line basically arbitrarily. The line currently proposed between a Southbourne Council and a Boscombe Council is certainly not the right one. But I've been thinking about this, and I've been trying to think where I could draw the line that would be better than this, and I cannot think of any place to draw that line where it wouldn't be divisive. So this is my concern, is even if the consultation improves where the boundary is, I still think it's going to be dividing the communities to no purpose. So a large swathe of my ward reasonably consider themselves to be in Southbourne. People shop on Southbourne Grove, volunteer in Fisherman's Walk. The streets are so similar to the ones that are just on the other side of the proposed border in Southbourne. And then there are many who are happy sitting nicely between Southbourne and Folkestone and Boscombe, and are very happy seeing themselves in the middle of those two lovely thriving communities. No good comes from drawing lines up between people's homes and telling them you're in one community, you're in another, and especially when there is no need to do so at all. So the government guidance on these reviews is very clear that the arrangement should be sufficiently representative of people living across the whole community and not just a small part of it. And it says the recommendations must reflect whether it would undermine community cohesion in any part of its area. So let me be clear, this is a dense residential area where the communities gradually blend into each other. It does not lend itself to being divided in this way, and to do so would damage community cohesion. So in fact, the guidance actually specifies that the boundaries between these councils should be easily identifiable, like rivers, roads or railways. Now this is why other parishes across BCP might make sense, whereas this does not. There is no clearly identifiable boundary here to show where the line should be. There's not a river, not a motorway, not a park. We are talking about streets that are otherwise completely identical in character and community. The transition between the communities is happily blurred. So I don't know how you tell the streets around Fisherman's Walk, the streets next to Southbourne Folkestone Library, the people in Southbourne Road, that they're not part of Southbourne anymore, but that places like Cranley and Wick are. Tuckton Road would be in Southbourne, Southbourne Road would be in Boscombe. I don't know how you'd explain that rationale to people in this area. I also noticed that the Task and Finish group decided to add Woodside Road car park to the Southbourne Council proposal. Now this is news to many of us, and it's not in the Boscombe the proposal for Boscombe Folkestone Council. But this sort of thing shows to me this should not be decided in this manner, kind of by a small group behind closed doors. It shows to me we're already carving up between communities what has until now been a shared asset between communities. We already started trying to work out which council should get which car park. So this is just not what is intended by these local councils. So looking at the guidance, I don't think you should be putting to the public a recommendation that you know will undermine community cohesion. Now third, from a practical perspective, this dividing our communities is actually the opposite of what our area needs. We need to be joined up, working together better to make our whole area work, not just narrowly focusing on our own little bit. We want to lift each other's communities up. Now, to be frank, it doesn't help the people or the traders of Southbourne if they increase council tax, make improvements to their bit, but this isn't joined up with work in the streets around in the neighbouring Folkestone and Boscombe. We are all interconnected in Bournemouth. Focusing on our own little patch isn't going to help our residents in a meaningful way. And that brings me to my final point. My family have lived in this precise area we're talking about for 3 generations, and there has never been, and is not now, a desire to split these communities, nor to introduce more layers of local politics. The submissions are from community forums, and it's completely understandable and reasonable why these community forums would put the expressions of interest in, but it does not reflect an actual widespread desire from residents in the area for this splitting up of the communities, and it's certainly not enough to justify the damage it would cause to community cohesion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Oh, sorry. Okay, any others? Okay, the members. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I personally fully go along with this suggestion. It was worked up in great detail by the community forum. It was actually by far the most detailed submission that we had from anywhere, apart from maybe, the pool ones were quite sort of detailed, but this was the most detailed submission. Southbourne is a distinct area, and we did discuss the boundaries and amended the boundaries based on what would make sense. If you had Christmas lights, we kind of suggested that the boundaries be moved to allow the whole of the area, which we kind of see as Southbourne, to be able to benefit from, for example, a town council or community council putting in Christmas lights or something. So whereas the previous thing for the rest of Bournemouth was a bit disjointed, this was a very well thought out, very detailed, supported by a glossy brochure as well, but they really took it seriously and came up with a suggestion there. And I think there will be tweaks to the boundary, and I'd have to go around and sort of wander around some of the roads and say, well, personally, why isn't that there, and things like that. But I think when we looked at it, we came up with something which was coherent that people had put forward. So personally, I would fully support this going ahead to the next stage.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Howe?
Again, not my area, but I like both visiting Southbourne and visiting Boscombe. I just wonder, I understand that the 2 proposals being put forward by 2 different organisations, but would it be completely inappropriate and nobody support Boscombe and Southbourne being a single parish? I just welcome contributions from members who actually live there. Are they so completely different that you'd never think of putting the 2 together, or is that a possibility that they could work as a unit? Because that would help to obviously address the point that you can't find a boundary between the 2.
I think Councillor Howe's probably beyond what we should be doing here. We've got to take what we've been presented with. But I think we'll listen to Councillor Walters probably to see if he's got any response to that. But I think we've got to go tonight. We can't start second guessing what else we could add to the agenda. So that would be my response. I think we've got to take what we have in front of us.
So, as we're just making a recommendation to Cabinet, Cabinet does have the power to amend the reports. I would say that if we did make this kind of amendment, we would then have to have Richard build out the different wards. He'd have to put a lot of work into making sure that it was done in time for Cabinet tomorrow, so that they could understand what they're actually voting for. And then, if we then have to delay this and allow for Cabinet to have a special meeting in, let's say, 2 weeks' time, we're slimming down the consultation period from 12 weeks to 10 weeks. And taking a little bit of an opportunity from residents to give their opinions on this, and that's where we will find out if people want to have these things, and nothing to say at the end of this if people come forward and say merge the two that the working group couldn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I just want to thank Councillor Connolly because I think she gave a really good summary of some of the issues with this proposal. Like I think Councillor Trent has said, this was a really well put together proposal, and I think there is a compelling case actually for like a Southbourne Town Council. I know Southbourne extremely well. My family have lived there for 30 years. It's my home, and on the face of it, in terms of community governance view, you can absolutely see that there is value for some kind of community project there. The problem is, exactly as Councillor Connolly says, the boundary is almost impossible to define. As somebody that knows this area and you know extremely well, that the blur between where Southbourne stops and where Folkestone begins and where is impossible. Even with the consultation, I absolutely agree that I don't think you'd get any definition on that for us to be able to do something which is meaningful rather than something which divides communities. And look, even within the proposal on page 57, there was discussion within the group about where that boundary should be, and to include Fisherman's Walk. Although for the record, part of the reason that was put in there was because the ward councillor felt aggrieved that Fisherman's Walk wasn't in his ward and always wished it was in his ward. So I don't think it was particularly well defined or evidence-based to start with in the first place. But I just think it's exactly that kind of thing that isn't going to be resolved by a consultation. With regard to Councillor Howell's idea of, well, could you not just create a bigger one within the two communities? Well, yeah, I suppose you absolutely could, but his question was, is there enough harmony within those two communities? Well, they live side by side, but they're completely different areas. Folkestone is quite different from Boscombe. Boscombe is very different from Southbourne. They both have real attributes, but very, very different feels. And the idea of a parish council, as I'd said before, they weren't designed for urban areas. They were designed for more rural areas where there is an absolute defined community. This is not one of those communities. It's really easy to define by boundaries. So because of that, although I think the submission was very good, I think, as Councillor Collins said, it would serve to divide rather than bring together, and for that reason won't be able to support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Southbourne, the proposals for Southbourne were really well set out, as people have said so far. And for that reason, while in the working group, I felt that I should support them. But I am very aware that in this committee here, I have heard people from Poole saying that we should sort of support it, and people from Bournemouth saying that we shouldn't really support it. And I'm just very aware of that divide, and the idea that should we in Poole be telling people in Bournemouth what they should be doing, as we are so protective of our own identity. Maybe we need to have a think about what that is. I did actually suggest to the working group the possibility of combining Boscombe and Southbourne together as one, and the working group did briefly discuss it and decide that it should not go forward. I think mainly on the basis that nobody had really suggested it, and in fact I noticed when Councillor Connolly, sorry, I can't get your name out, was speaking, she was expressing how difficult it was to find the boundary. And I feel that as she is someone who knows that Southbourne and Boscombe area so well, if she felt that a great solution would be to put them together, she probably would have suggested it. I'm hearing a divide here between people from Poole and people from Bournemouth, and so it doesn't really matter which way the proposal is made, because either way we either want to keep Southbourne proposal in or not keep it in. So I'm going to move that we take that we recommend the Southbourne proposal is taken out, on the basis that all the people who've spoken here so far from Bournemouth that's the way they want it. And I feel it's then up for the committee to decide. So I'm moving that we recommend that the Southbourne, that's section I, is removed as a recommendation.
Thank you, members. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Broadhead. So, members, do you have any more debate on this? Councillor Waters.
Yeah, so I would say that this suggestion that we received for Southbourne was the singularly best suggestion we had in the entire conurbation in terms of the way it was thought out. It has come from a community group. I don't know how many members that community group has, how many people it represents, but I would suggest that hearing from, as we've just said, a few people from Bournemouth in this room does not necessarily mean that we should fritter away the suggestion from Southbourne. Regarding the border, I completely get it. It's going to be a difficult one. The consultation will ask people, where do you feel you live? And that will let us know, okay, most people in this road say they're in Southbourne, most people in this road say they're in Boscombe. That will really help us to draw the line, and we can make that decision at the end if we decide to go forward with it. Regarding the car park, I think there was really just an attempt to keep a shopping district connected rather than having maybe a parish council representing one side of a shopping district and another parish council representing another, because it just wouldn't be cohesive. And a lot of what we discussed is whether or not something was, it was useful, to have a town council that represented one side of a road, and that wasn't necessarily it when it came to a shopping district. Because let's say, for example, a parish council says, or in these two cases, I would correct people, a community council would come to form in both of these places. It wouldn't make sense to have, one side of the road with Christmas lights potentially, and another side without, if that's something that one of those two councils was to decide upon. And the consultation that we get will help us to avoid, deciding which side of the road people are on without getting evidence. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I think we should vote to recommend this, just to give the dignity that this very well thought out proposal deserves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Well, the proposal. Any further discussion? Because we actually have a proposal that is taken out of the recommendations. So we'll put that proposal to the vote first. Proposed by Councillor Aiken and seconded by Councillor Broadhead. So all those in favour of that proposal?
1, 2, 3, 4 people.
Those against?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
7 against. Abstentions?
Okay, thank you.
So that was lost, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that was lost. So that then obviously leaves the counter argument. Would anybody like to propose the counter proposal?
I'm happy to propose it.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Trent. Okay. So those in favour.
Can you just clarify?
What we're voting for is in favour of putting that recommendation contained in the report to the council, to the cabinet. Okay.
Relating
Yes,
to Southbourne.
Yeah, just to Southbourne. Yes. Okay. It's clear. Okay. All those in favour.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour.
Those against.
That's 4 against.
Abstentions.
2.
Thank you.
Sorry, do you want to retake the vote?
Yeah, I think it was 5
Apologies.
against. I saw Sue 3 here and 1 there.
That's scratching my head.
Should we just for clarification? Those in favour again, please.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour.
Those against.
That's 4 against.
Those abstaining.
2 abstentions.
Okay. So that was carried. Thank you. So we'll move on now to Boscombe and Poachdown. Oh, yeah, Poachdown and So do we have, yes, Councillor Canavan?
Thank you, Chair. For those who are not aware, I'm a councillor for Boscombe West. So Councillor Northover mentioned earlier on that the submission that was made by Boscombe Forum, I think, is questionable. Questionable because you just debated Southbourne. Even though I don't live in Southbourne, and I was very aware of the amount of work that had gone on behind the scenes to put that proposal together with debate by the forum. No such similar discussions took place in Boscombe. And I have to tell you, Chair, that all of the 4 councillors that represent the 2 wards in Boscombe do not support this proposal. I'm not going to go over the debate you've already had about the boundary between Boscombe and Southbourne, but I would just draw your attention to one issue about the way in which the boundary for Boscombe has been drawn, and that it includes part of the Eastcliff and Springbourne ward. It includes part of what we know as EC1 polling districts. That has no place in this proposal at all. Some members will be aware that we're already going through consultation on 2 conflicting proposals for a neighbourhood plan that cover part of Eastcliff and Springbourne, one covering a bit of Eastcliff and another bit covering Eastcliff and Springbourne. That they're out for consultation at the moment. Having part of that area potentially covered by a different council makes absolutely no sense at all. So very firmly of the view that that part of the boundary for the proposed Boscombe council should be removed. But I would go further than that, Chair, in addition, and invite you to reject this proposal going forward at all, because I just do not believe it has the support. Going back to what both Councillor Howe and Councillor Broadhead have mentioned about the merging of the 2, these are very different places. I represent Boscombe West. It is a very different sort of place to Southbourne, and I can just about bring myself to envisage a combination of the 2 BCP wards covering Boscombe West and Boscombe East and Folkestone. I can just about make myself get to the logic of that, but I do not accept that splitting Boscombe off in this way is a sensible way forward. So you voted on Southbourne. That's fine, you've taken that decision. I'm inviting you to take the same decision in relation to Boscombe. But irrespective of whether you think the Boscombe proposal should go forward, I'd very strongly ask you to make a recommendation to remove that part of the EC1 polling district that's in that recommendation, because it has no place in there at all. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. Any other members out there? No. Okay. Councillor Northover, thank you.
I'd just like to say that I agree with what Councillor Canavan's just said. I do live in. He is my councillor, and I just haven't seen any evidence that anybody has been asked about this, and I just don't believe for a second that it's what people are really wanting, and I really fear that that this could get legs, and it actually ends up happening because it will be based on a number of people responding to something, and there'll be some people that are motivated to make sure that they respond, because we've had things like that in Boscombe before that have really been to the detriment, and people have really been annoyed at what's been put in place supposedly on behalf of the community that is not representative. Aspects of the Boscombe area plan, for example, and all sorts of a myriad of things that have happened in the 25 years I've lived there, and I represented it for some time and have just seen things like this come round again and again, and things get put onto Boscombe and they're just not anything to do with what any residents wants. It's usually a small number of people that have got an agenda and have got lots of time on their hands. Most people who live there, an awful lot of people, it's got one of the highest number of people that don't even speak English. I do not believe that this is really engaged, that this is something that's engaged those people that I live like next door to, and so I don't support this.
Other members? None. Councillor Beasley?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, like Councillor Northover and others in this room, I have a little experience of the area, and my comments would have been the same for Southbourne. During the long period that I was leader of Bournemouth Council, I used to regularly attend area forums across Bournemouth, as you will know, Chairman. And amongst those was the one in Boscombe. And I can tell you absolutely that that is not representative of the wider area. You do get small groups who are motivated for whatever reasons to come forward, and sometimes those proposals are not properly thought out. They certainly, in my experience, were not representative of their local community's priorities, and I think that this board needs to tread very carefully with these proposals, and understand actually that in the locality it really is important that an understanding of the differences even within this ward are recognised, and whether or not that is likely to bring forward proposals that are going to be for the good and the benefit of residents. In this case, like the Southbourne case, I do not believe that they will.
Thank you. Councillor Howe? Councillor Dedman, were you waving at me? You were. Sorry, Councillor Dedman was it.
No, I'm a bit. Oh, sorry, Jim. I'm a bit confused by the logic here, in that we've heard from various members that nobody responded, so thus we should wipe out any recommendation. Now we're hearing that people did respond, but we shouldn't listen to them. And I think that needs to be noted, that in fact this is a recommendation to go forward and then have people respond to us. So, as I say, I'm a bit confused as to the logic of this latest, well, whatever it is proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Howe?
Yeah, likewise similarly confused. I mean, from not being part of this process and then just having come to this committee as a substitute, it seems to me that we've got various members from Bournemouth, well, most members from Bournemouth saying that they don't want any of these proposals in Bournemouth to be put forward. And what I find confusing about that is that, I mean, it seems to me from the outside that perhaps what should have happened was that a proposal come forward for a town council for the whole of Bournemouth, except Throop, that could then be rejected and which they could campaign to be rejected, so you end up with the situation that none of this area is perished. But it seems like that rather than that case, that the councillors are trying to knock down each proposal one by one, and that's going to leave us putting an incoherent proposal to the public, or feeling that we're not actually responding in any way to the submissions that have been put forward. It seems to be a bit of a mess, perhaps because you can't see for the wood from the trees. If you step back a bit, I think that some proposals need to go forward in Bournemouth, either at a local level or at a global level. And I think one of the reasons that I suggested asked whether the Boscombe and Southbourne could be amalgamated is I have a kind of instinctive reaction against this idea that we're creating like communities, because often in this area you get a rich area next to a poorer area. You get people who have been kind of almost in a social media way partitioned into groups of people who are very much the same, and actually we need people to mix more for the world to work, and therefore that's why I kind of favour the the larger options. So yeah, I think in a way this discussion is going down a rabbit hole, and while I feel instinctively we ought to support the wishes of the Bournemouth councillors, I'm not sure the Bournemouth councillors are necessarily taking us in a direction that's going to result in, you know, a very good submission. It's really difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just throw in Pennyworth for what it's worth, is that I think people will view it as being incoherent anyway, because, you know, there are very few offerings, submissions from all the other areas of Bournemouth here. You know, we've got we only had a you know, 2 or 3 out of all the wards that we've got across. So, you know, the question will obviously be asked, why have we got some for here and we've got nothing for others? But at the end of the day, we're responding to those people that have made a submission, and we're having to make a judgment on it. So I think, you know, that's all we can do, is respond to what we've been presented with. Right, Councillor Salmon. I got you.
You threw me off there by looking at Councillor Trent. Yeah, so just speaking as a councillor who represents a ward in Bournemouth, I think we should put forward the recommendations that have come from community groups. They are, I am sure, not representative of every single person in those communities, but neither are we making a decision here that says this is definitely happening. We are saying somebody said this might be a good idea and putting it out to consultation. The difference with the Bournemouth Town Council proposal was, as far as I can tell, absolutely nobody said, shall we do this? So then putting it forward as a recommendation it just was totally uncomfortable. So, but I'm very happy to approve recommendations that we should discuss proposals that have come from community groups about their own communities.
Did I hear you make a proposal there?
I'm happy to, propose that we, whatever the words are,
accept
this recommendation.
recommendations.
Yeah.
Do you have a seconder? Okay. Councillor McCrow, you said first, I think, yeah? Okay, I know that you wanted to speak, Councillor Trent. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that the Southbourne submission was stronger, but this was a submission that was backed up by quite a lot of evidence, whether it comes from a large group of people or a small group of people. And I think, in fairness, it should be consulted upon. You know, it's not like nobody put this forward or it was just one individual. It came from a group, and whether or not it's supported or not will be tested when it goes out to consultation. So, and it is describing an area which I can recognise as an area. You know, as someone who kind of just goes over there for about one particular shop, that's about it, sort of thing. But you know, it's an identifiable area. A submission has come in with enough work on it that has sort of made it sort of possible. So I would support this, although not as enthusiastically as I supported the Southbourne one.
Okay, Councillor Aikenhead, thank you.
Yes, so actually I just wanted to make a few points about this. First of all, I think Councillor Howell said that it's a bit of a mess because actually we might end up not putting very much forward. I don't think that makes it a mess at all. I think it's fine if we put forward the things that are strongly supported and we don't put forward some. There are a lot of other proposals, like for instance splitting off Parkstone, that we rejected because we had to choose between proposals. So we haven't put forward everything. And if there are some areas where we put forward nothing because actually nobody really strongly wanted that, I think that's fine. That's what the review is for doing. I do think that I do also think that although you know there is a lot of criticism, a lot of difficulty in terms of these decisions, I do think the working group did actually do a very good job. The number of submissions were actually very large for this sort of review. So somebody mentioned there wasn't many submissions. It's like 72 submissions. There's a huge number. And I think with hindsight, The way I would improve that process that we did with the working group, I would have had a meeting before the submissions were all in. So the working group would have met the first time, just to talk about what the process was going to be and how we were going to engage with the councillors, and to vote in the chair and vice chair, because I didn't realise I was going to be the vice chair until like 10 minutes before the beginning of the meeting. And then our first meeting, we talked over some general principles, but we really didn't come to any conclusions. Whereas I think if we'd had a meeting before to talk about process, I'm not criticising what we did, because I think we did a good job, considering it was something that none of us had done before, and especially even Richard had not done one on this scale before. So we were all learning as we went along, and that is something we can put down for the future. And I think that perhaps one of the problems we had was the fact that we didn't manage to consult councillors early enough. And although councillors could all put in their submissions, they weren't given the submissions to look at, to comment on, when the working group were. So the working group were doing lots of really good detailed work, and I can tell you, we spent loads of looking at maps, looking at spreadsheets, looking at numbers, and there was some really great detailed work done. But while we were doing that, the other councillors didn't actually know what the submissions were. And so when they got those, they only had a few days to respond. And then we only had a short amount of time to respond to that. And so it meant that we couldn't fully take into account the fact that some councillors actually completely disagreed with what was happening in their own area. And I believe that that is a relevant thing for us to take into account, because we are all elected for our own area. And so we came out with situations like this, where for Boscombe we had a submission. It was not as strong as the Southbourne submission, but on the face of it, it looked like it would be something that we could recommend. But at that time, when we were considering it, I believe that at that time there was a few members of the committee that weren't in the room anymore, so we had very few people from Bournemouth at all there. And also, we had no idea that all four of the Boscombe councillors were actually against it, and they had no idea they were against it because they didn't even know it had been suggested. So I think that there are some learning points in terms of the process. So I'm going to vote against the proposal, because I feel that for all four councillors being against this is a good reason for me to do that.
Councillor Waters.
So, just to remind everyone will be leafleted in the area about this. So, I think the fear that was mentioned earlier of maybe too many people engaging with the consultation is not one I've heard before, but I think it will give everyone the opportunity to do so about it. And it's the same with anything political. You know, people don't care about something, they don't engage with it, then the decision gets made without them. That's, you know, every single person in this room is elected without the majority of the people within the wards that they represent electing them. I don't think any single councillor or BCP council has a above 51% approval rating in terms of the election. People who care will engage with this, and they will give feedback. The concept of this being a bad submission, I think, is unfair. They did a really, if you look at the wards here, and you look at the variance from the average, they've hit it bang on, you know, in terms of the variance that we would expect from this. They've put thought into this process, and if we're going to reject any and all submissions, I really don't think rejecting one that's been put forward by an actual community group that is made up of residents is the right way of going about it. Again, we will find out if people don't want this from the consultation. So I would suggest that we support recommending this specific community council to cabinet. Thank you. Chair, can I also ask for the language that Councillor Salmon put forward in that recommendation?
Sorry?
Can I hear again the language, the recommendation from Councillor Salmon, please?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I was going to ask Councillor Salmon to sum up before we go to the vote anyway. But just before we do that, can I ask if we're all clear on this debate before we move on to summing up and a vote?
I'd like to move an amendment.
Vice Chair wishes to move an amendment. Yeah, go ahead.
So I kind of hearing that a lot of people are in favour of this proposal, and I'm very aware that one of the councillors for Boscombe suggested that if it did go forward, it should not include the EC1 polling district, and so I wanted to move an amendment to the proposal that we don't that it doesn't include EC1 polling district. I understand I'm not allowed to suggest that after we've voted on it.
Yeah, do we have a seconder for that?
Chair, can I just, are members clear in terms of what EC1 area looks like?
I'm certainly not clear.
I can perhaps share that on the screen if you can just bear with me a second.
I think it's quite small. Yeah.
Okay, if you want to share it. So, Chair, on screen, and if Claire's sharing it on the live stream as the Teams link, it's the area. EC1 is to the left of the image. The red line is the proposed parish boundary for Boscombe and Folkestone, and that area to the if you like the zigzag and going towards the purple line just left of where it says Boscombe Spire and Shelley Manor. So this area here that I'm moving my mouse over is the area of EC1 that is proposed to be put into the area. Just to clarify, there are no residential properties or electors within that area.
Okay.
So my proposal is that that area is not included on the basis that one of the ward councillors has suggested it would not be appropriate, and it is actually not the whole of EC1 but just part of it, so that would make the boundary neater.
Can I just clarify, please, Jones? There are, in that whole EC1 area, are there any residential properties at all?
Not in EC1, yes, but not in the area that is proposed to be within the Boscombe and Folkestone.
Okay. Well, I think what we need to do is ask the proposer if she's happy to accept that amendment, and if you are, then we can proceed. If not, then we'll have to have a vote on it. Hasn't been seconded. Okay. Okay. Do we have a seconder for it? Okay, for the amendment to remove EC1 from that proposal. Okay, seconded. Anybody want to discuss? So, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on that area because I think I may have been the one at the working group that suggested it, because it's basically sort of the garden that leads towards the coast, and it's actually that open area is quite a good dividing line between Boscombe and the area to the west, the East Cliff and so on, and the fact that it's got no residential properties on it makes it a fairly easy thing to support keeping, because it just seems more logical to be part of Boscombe. In fact, I think we even call it Boscombe Gardens, don't we? It's sort of, it's an area that, you walk through and you walk to the seafront sort of thing. And I think it just makes sense being part of a potential Boscombe parish council, because none of this is definitely going to happen sort of thing, but I just think it's logical to be part of it personally, which is why I think I suggested it at the working group that it should be added onto it.
Okay, let me just go back to the proposal again. Were you prepared to accept that amendment?
No, I'm sorry,
You're not.
I'm not, because the reason for putting forward my proposal that we accept this recommendation is that it's come from the community, and although Councillor Trent says he thinks he put this bit on, I've just heard in the side of my ear that it was part of the community submission. So I think we should stick with the submission from the community. Because, and again, it's about the fact that this isn't us making a decision. This is us saying, put this forward to see what people want. And these things, these boundaries and the final placings of everything can be tinkered with at the next stage, can be, discussed and debated and decided upon at that stage. I don't think we need to do that here.
May I just agree with Councillor Salmon? During the negotiations, or rather when I was talking to various residents' associations in Parkstone, the issue of what a parish council can do, and the fact that they could use an area for arguably making money. We had a debate on Whitecliff and whether Whitecliff would be part of the Parkstone application or further west to Lilliput, and the argument was therefore that we would claim a bit of land that was not necessarily ours, but in order to be able so that the parish could function in a financial manner.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on that? Councillor Walters, and what we'll do, we'll just take the two last speakers on this proposed amendment and then we'll vote on it, okay?
So, as Councillor Salmon has mentioned, this was part of the original submission that we received here. Part of this discussion came down to what is convenient, what is good governance, and a lot of what the community governance review came for, discussions that were being had was, did this decision make for a convenient council or a useful council? And I think if we're assuming that a council might want to do something with their peer, or the approach to their peer, or do something around that area, having both sides of the road that leads up to that pier might be a good idea. So again, that council can do whatever services it wants in the future. I'm not suggesting that it takes that on, but it would make it for a more convenient submission if that was included.
Thank you. Councillor Northover.
I just want to check. I'm not sure. I think that area might be part of the area that's up for consultation to be the Springbourne and Eastcliff area forum area, and also there's an area plan. I just wondered if that might cause a conflict.
There's not really, I can't really comment on what may or may not be happening with the area plan for all those proposals, but I think we've got to take a view on what we've been presented with now, and I think we need to go to the vote now on the proposed amendment.
Do you want me to read that? Okay.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you can. Thank you.
So, Board, with the amendment, the current proposal on the table is that the draft recommendations of the Chartered and Finished Group. I'm just reading the substantive.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, fine.
Relating to Boscombe and Folkestone, be recommended to Council for approval, subject to the removal of the reference to including part of the polling district of EC1. Okay, so you're just voting on adding that amendment at the end.
All right, members. We'll put that. All members in favour of that proposal, that amendment to the proposal. In favour.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 in favour.
Those against.
And that's 9 against.
That's not carried. So we return to the substantive motion, which was to support the recommendations in the report. So if we've got any more discussion, I think we've probably talked it to death by now. So all those in favour of that proposal?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour.
Those against?
4 against.
Any abstentions? No. So proposal is carried. Thank you. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so members, we'll move now to Throop and Holdenhurst parish. Anybody in the room? No, we don't have anybody wish to make any comments about that. Okay, so over to members. Any comments? Councillor Waters.
Just to mention, there's no changes recommended here at all, so it's just keeping what's already in place.
Okay.
And I'm happy to make a recommendation that we move forward with that one.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Deadman? Okay. Any discussion? All those in favour of that motion?
That's unanimous.
Unanimous.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, we come to last but not least, I think Redhill and Northbourne. Anybody else out there wish to speak on Redhill and Northbourne? I would like to propose an amendment to the recommendation, and it is essentially about I've asked. What it involves is modifying the boundary slightly. One part, the corner of the parish which has been suggested, and the reason I've suggested this, and I've discussed this with my ward colleague, is that the people in that particular area, which would otherwise be in the Kinson ward, they actually live in the Northbourne area. They all identify with Northbourne. If you ask them where they live, they say they were in Northbourne. Those people who live in Northbourne Avenue would say they lived in Northbourne, which is where the boundary actually runs at the moment. And we're just proposing that the boundary is modified slightly, because in our view, the people that are in that area that we're now proposing to include definitely identify and are part of the community of the Northbourne community, and as I say, probably nearly everyone who lives there would say that that's where they live in Northbourne, and they wouldn't be identifying themselves with Kingston. So that's the amendment that I would make, and I'll read it out to you. The ONS board recommends to the cabinet that section G, Redhill and Northbourne draft recommendation at paragraph 2.2b be amended to read: the boundary of the parish of Redhill and Northbourne be drawn to include the existing polling districts of RN1, Redhill and Northbourne 1, RN2, Redhill and Northbourne 2, RN3, Redhill and Northbourne 3, RN4, Redhill and Northbourne 4, and part of MN1, Moordown 1, and part of and this is the new bit, and part of KN4, Kinson 4, as outlined in red on the map in paragraph 1.11. And Mr. Jones very kindly has flagged up the area that we're talking about here. So that's our proposed amendment. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Trent.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, but just okay. So yeah, we'll open that up for debate then. And Councillor Broadhead was the first one. Put his hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. And I appreciate you've had a discussion with the two of the Kinson Ward councillors ahead of this meeting beforehand. So I have checked with them, and I am speaking on their behalf. And unfortunately, they're not afraid of your blatant power grab, Chairman. No. I mean, but they're not supportive of this. I mean, broadly, we're not supportive of the concept of this isolated parish anyway. And again, I go back to my earlier comments in that I think there's been almost a form of bribery in that you can have your paddling pool if you create this, which is, it will be up to this new council to decide whether they do any services, never mind fund the ones that BCP are supposed to be doing. So as a second point, won't be supporting this proposal anyway, but I can tell you, and I think it's worth all colleagues in this room knowing, that at least two of the ward councillors in Kinson do not support adding this to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. One of them's obviously changed his mind during the course of the day then, because I had a long chat with one of them this morning. But and I take the point. The issue is about whether you have a parish or not, isn't it, really? All I'm saying is that if parish is going to go ahead, and then we'll find that out from the consultation, then the parish should include that bit. So that's why I'm going to support it. Any other? Sorry, we Councillor Trent. Any other? Yeah, Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, when you said that you talked to the councillors, was that the Red Hill Northbourne councillors or the Kinson councillors? And yes, and I was a bit confused as well after I heard Councillor Broadhead. So are the Kinson councillors happy with all of this or not?
Well, we've just discussed that, and Councillor
Yeah.
Broadhead has reflected their views.
They're not.
And
Yeah.
that they weren't, which I say is contrary to what I was told from one of them at least this afternoon.
Yes,
But I did discuss it with my own ward
Yeah.
colleague, and she was absolutely 100%. This is what we should be doing. Councillor Sam.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say, I think at this stage, I'm going to say what I said about the last one, which is that this has come forward as a recommendation. It's not, we're not deciding for definite that this will happen here. There's scope at the next stage and the next stage to change the boundaries to talk about what does and doesn't make sense. So much as I hear what you've just said, and I can see that there's logic in that, I don't think I'm not going to be able to vote for an amendment to this because it would be logically inconsistent with what I've said this evening. So, and I think we probably should just say we think the recommendation is okay to go forward to the next stage of consultation, which is what we're talking about, or we don't.
Can I just respond to that? There were some amendments sorry, one of the proposals was to actually include an area of Moordown Ward, which is still there. I felt that this change is so obvious to anybody that lives in the ward that it would be just generally supported, and all needs to be flagged up at this point, because I don't want to lose the opportunity of making sure it's right. So if parishing does go ahead, it's got, I believe it would be appropriate for it. So that's why I'm making the amendment.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so now although this looks like quite a harmless change, I feel that if we've rejected changing the Boscombe boundary when there was no houses and we could have easily done it and the ward council had definitely supported it, I think it would be quite inconsistent for us to have another change. When I saw this at the beginning of the meeting, I was thinking it's reasonable, but it's not consistent with us rejecting. You can't reject one change from a councillor and then have another one. So I can't support it, I'm afraid.
Any other members? Councillor Walters.
Yeah. I'll let Councillor Wake go first.
Go ahead, Councillor Wade.
Thank you. Sorry to insist upon you. I didn't know if you thought I was just waving at you or something. I am interested if this creates work for Richard in terms of the elector to councillor, all those complicated calculations that we had to sort of read through. Very well laid out in the report, by the way. Wonderful report from the report. But I mean, is this going to sort of stall the process? In which case, I'm leaning with what Councillor Salmon said about let's sort of move this through and tinker with it at the tinkering stage.
Councillor, I'm sure Mr. Jones would like to answer, but it's already been beavering away on this. So
the chair actually gave me prior notice actually this afternoon, so I had already done some preliminary calculations if you were minded to do it. There would be a consequence, so we can achieve electoral equality. So on page 48, 49, it goes over the page of this proposal, sets out the parish electorates. There would be a change to the Northbourne ward. The figures that we would need to change for that, so the current electorate is 3,003. The forecast electorate would be 3,068. That would have created an imbalance in the electoral equality, but by increasing the number of councillors for the Northbourne ward to 4 would then return that within the acceptable variances. So it could be achieved, so please don't let that influence your decision.
Any other comments, members? Councillor Dedman?
Well, really, Chairman, only to say that the Task and Finish group put a huge amount of work into this, and I can't see that this particular change would be either necessary or desirable. I think it was hashed out over many meetings, and I think it's fine as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
I just wanted to point out that earlier on we've had we've had a representation from a Kensington councillor who I think was blanket against parishing in the first place. So it's hard to engage constructively on the borders of certain things when one person says it just shouldn't exist. So I think.
Councillor,
Sorry,
please.
did he not say that he was against parishing entirely?
Members,
I mean,
come
he's
on, I'm not
saying
going
we
to have
should
a
disregard a
cross-table
view because he disagrees.
Members, I'm not going to have a cross-table debate without control. Thank you. So please, through the chair, you know the rules. Thank you. Councillor Walters, continue.
I'm happy to defer to Councillor Bartlett on this one because he knows the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more debate on that, please? Okay, we'll vote on the amendment though. Okay, those in favour of the amendment?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4 in favour.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so that proposal is lost. So now
Can I just confirm abstentions from that?
Sorry. Well, sorry, do we have abstentions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, does that add up?
Yeah.
Good. Oh dear, I've lost my screen. Okay, so we now go back to the, well, there's nobody actually proposed it. So I will make a proposal that we go with the recommendation in the report. Thank you. Any debate? Councillor Walters?
Just to point out that based on what happens from the consultation, we might find out the people that live in the section that we've just not included do want to be included in that. So we will still get that information back through from the consultation anyway. So we can come back and make that decision again in the future, or not make that decision if that's what people say. This submission was a slightly condensed version of a community group submission that we received. Submission 59 was slightly larger than this one, which was actually from a community group. We decided against it because it split Winton directly down the middle, and we thought that should a future parish council wish to take control of nice things on Winton High Street, having half of it represented by one and half of it by another wouldn't be helpful. So we decided to go ahead with this submission, which was suggested by an individual, but truly we felt that this was in keeping with the spirit of the community forum suggestion that we had come through. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that before they made the vote.
Thank you. Any other members? In that case, do I have a seconder for the proposal that I made? Yeah, sorry, I already got one.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favour?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour.
Anybody against?
3 against. And 1 abstention, is that correct?
Abstentions?
That's carried.
Oh, I can't add up past 10. We got 10.
It's carried,
So,
Chair.
okay, that's carried then, thank you. So I think we've probably come to the end of the debate on this.
Yeah, we've covered all the areas.
We've covered all the areas, so would members like a 5-minute adjournment? Yes. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes then, thanks, so we could come back about 10 past. Oh no, quarter past. Thank you. Thank you, members. Just before we start on the BDC item, I'd just like to ask Councillor Howes if you could just clarify, is it his position with the BDC?
Yes, I mentioned at the start of the meeting that there was some confusion as to whether I was still on the boards of BDC. The situation is that I resigned from as a director of the Holdco company, but I didn't resign from being a representative of the LLP for the council, and that I've just been advised by an officer that although the papers that went to council were wrong and they can be disregarded, so effectively I am still a representative. So I ask you as chair whether I should be sitting here for this item or not.
Okay, we declared it for transparency purposes, and we think that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the Bournemouth Development Company LLP business plan on the heading, and I know for a fact that we're not going to see the business plan. That's actually been delayed for a little while, but nevertheless, there were some things that we were asked to look at ahead of the cabinet meeting tomorrow, because there are some recommendations going to cabinet tomorrow. One specific recommendations. Just draw your attention to the report, because hopefully we can sort of use that as a guide to using the best of our time that we've got this evening. In that most of the recommendations are for the cabinet to note, so they're very much about progress and things like that. But there is one specific recommendation that says for the cabinet to agrees to amend the Winter Garden site option execution date to expire on the 30th of September 2028. There is no financial exposure to extend this date. So that is a recommendation that I think we really ought to be looking at. But I'll invite Leader to introduce the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought you were going to be presenting it for me then, which would have been quite useful. So the purpose of the paper is to provide Cabinet with an update since the BDC Strategy Day that we held in December, with a particular focus on the future of the Winter Garden site and an option execution date revision to be compliant with the BDC members' agreement. By doing this, we are looking to move things forward, and as the board will be aware, planning permission for the site was granted in 2019, but it's no longer viable due to changes in the market from national and international events over the last 6 years. The Winter Gardens is a huge opportunity for us in meeting the housing need affecting our communities, regeneration within the town centre, and to drive up footfall, bringing potentially more than 1,000 residents into the central part of Bournemouth to help revitalise the high street. The most important thing about the site is our ability to control the outcome. Although external factors will continue to come and go and viability will likely shift here and there, and planning will need to be sought, we own this site, and with our partners we can decide what goes there. The potential for a sizable proportion of affordable housing is very much possible here and will not only help to tackle the growing housing crisis, but also meet a core aim of the corporate strategy, which is good quality homes that are accessible, sustainable and affordable for all. The aim is to take a housing-led approach. As much of the previous application was commercial space, and since the changes in work patterns following COVID, they're no longer needed, whereas housing is needed more than ever. The paper specifically asked the Cabinet to amend the option execution date to the 30th of September 2028, and it has no financial implications, but it will allow for us to progress work to the next stage, which is design and planning. I will be bringing a cabinet paper in May and June of this year for a decision, for progress, an update on progress of the project, but also to consider the financial implications, and Overview and Scrutiny are very welcome to scrutinise that when it comes. Just on the remainder of the paper, we also asked Cabinet to note the timetable for producing a new partnership business plan for BDC, which will come through the BDC board and their governance, and then on to Cabinet later this year. This will cover the next 5 years of work of BDC and is set out in and will set out a new approach for the remaining sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. So, did Mr. Dunford, did you like to add anything to that introduction?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, thank you. So, members, well, Councillor Broadhead, there's a surprise. Regeneration,
is that shocking, Chairman?
Your favourite subject.
Yeah, it is one of my favourite subjects, and I would start by saying, for the record, and I've said it a number of times, that I'm still a very big fan of the Bournemouth Development Company. I've been a councillor for almost the entire time that it's been in existence, and it has achieved an awful lot, and I think has a lot more still to be able to achieve. But I do think it's worth colleagues in the room recognising what it was when it was formed. It was consisted of an option agreement of a number of surface level car parks across Bournemouth, and putting regeneration at its core. But one of the things that we, the administration at the time, made a real focus on and commitment to with the BDC sites was that they would be developed not to replace car parks, but actually to use the very inefficient surface level car parks, replace them with multi-stories. And certainly the Conservative administration has always had a commitment that the public parking of Bournemouth is relatively sacrosanct. At many times of the year it's very, very full. It's intricately linked to both our tourism sector as well as the regeneration of Bournemouth town centre. And that's why, certainly in the time that I was overseeing Bournemouth Development Company, we had the full reprovision of public parking in almost every single one of the town centre sites. We constantly replaced it with multi-stories, and actually a number of those are really good sites as well, be that Berry Court, St Stephen's, a number of the Citrus building, all replaced with multi-story public parking, and all contributing to the regeneration of Bournemouth as well. So this is particularly talking about the Winter Gardens, and the reason I have a real issue with this is that we all know that the Winter Gardens has been on the cards for a tremendously long time, and it took a very long time to get to the consented scheme in 2019. And the reason was, first of all, obviously things keep changing in terms of markets, etc., but also there was a real commitment by when we were in administration that this was central to the regeneration of Bournemouth Town Centre. So that the two things that we were absolutely committed on with the Winter Garden site was that we should be keeping the public parking provision there, because that car park is pretty much always full, and as we know, if we really want to regenerate Bournemouth Town Centre, we need to make sure that we're not literally driving people away by denying the ability for them to drive to Bournemouth Town Centre. So that was one of the commitments, and the second was that it needed to be a regeneration site. It's smack bang in the middle of Bournemouth. It has been a cultural asset in the past with the Winter Gardens concert venue, which many people forget now. And so central to the plans that we always had through the BDC, driven by the council, was that it had to have active frontage, leisure provision, and all of those things. And that's why it took such a long time to refine the product. Now, if we were sat here saying that the times have changed a little and we need to slightly modify the product, I'd be up for that conversation. Frankly, even if there was an argument that maybe we have to lose 20, 30 public parking spaces, I might be up for that argument too. But the outline proposals that we are seeing in front of us, which incidentally, when I brought up a couple of months ago, the leader jumped down my throat and said that wasn't what was going to happen at all, but this is exactly what we're seeing in front of us, is for a complete scrapping of all of the public parking on that site. And as the leader has talked about, leading to a housing-led approach, because times have changed and we don't need all of that fun regen stuff anymore. And I just think that's giving up on what is one of the central regeneration sites for Bournemouth. This should be the landmark site that shows that we're back on the map and provides, wet weather leisure stuff, really nice bars, restaurants, shops, which the original did have. And to just give up and basically shed loads of flats there now, because that's what we're talking about, over 500 apartments, getting rid of all the parking entirely, probably having very insignificant, if any, active frontage whatsoever, as well as increasing the story to 19, the height, the number of stories to 19 stories. I just don't think that's what people would recognise as a proper regeneration scheme. So, to kind of summarise, deeply in favour of BDC continuing, deeply in favour of BDC pushing this back to the top of their agenda. But to give up, remove the parking and put it to a housing-led scheme seems like giving up.
Thank you. Yeah, Mervyn? Any other members? Yeah, Councillor Bacon.
Yes, so
Yeah, I beg your pardon, Leader. I should have asked you to respond. Thank you.
Sorry, Chairman, it is getting late. Um, just to address Councillor Broadhead's concerns, I think there are a number of things to consider here. In particular, the viability of the sites. We have the question here is: do we develop it into housing, into 500 homes, or do we retain the car parking of 215 spaces in Bournemouth Town Centre? And that for me is a political question. It's about your priorities. For me, it comes down to what the needs are within our communities. And the absolutely essential need at the moment is housing. Where I represent, I get residents contacting me day in, day out that they cannot afford affordable housing in our area, that they are not able to find accommodation, and that they are being priced out of our towns. And my view is that actually we can kill several birds with one stone here by firstly delivering the much needed homes, but also using it as part of our regeneration plans across the whole of BCP, and turning a significant site into somewhere not only where people can go and access commercial offerings, because there is still going to be commercial on site, including experiential stuff like room for restaurants, that kind of thing, but also where they can live. And for me, that is the most important point here. In terms of podium, parking. So the initial planning application was to put a podium and then retain car parking beneath that. That grew so up until November 2021, there was a £28 million gap in being able to afford to deliver that scheme. Goodness knows what that is now. What do you think? 20, 30, 40 million? Probably more. And really, it is about viability. If we don't want to deliver anything on the site, then that is a decision for this council, and this does come to full council eventually. It also goes through the planning process, and will be scrutinised properly and considered by the committee. But from my point of view, this is very much about whether we want to deliver homes, and down to our corporate strategy and down to the political will of the administration, we do want to deliver homes.
Councillor Aikenhead.
yes, I just really wanted to ask some questions about this. I note that the report says that this will include a good proportion of affordable homes. I was just wondering, how much is a good proportion? Can we be a little bit more specific about what sort of percentages we are aiming for? And also, the phrase affordable homes can actually mean a lot of different things. It could just mean we're providing homes that people can buy at a little bit of a discount. Are we actually going to provide social housing for rent, which is what we need for the many, many people that are on our housing list? So if you could let me know that.
Thanks, Councillor Aikenhead, and I think that's a really important question which will be answered as part of the BDC next stage, when they're looking into kind of putting together some sort of planning, pre-planning application, and also looking at the cost. When we were at the BDC strategy day, my ask as leader was that we want as much affordable housing and social housing as will make the scheme viable. So if we find that there is no affordable housing to be had there and no social housing to be had there, I actually don't think I would progress this scheme, because I don't think we should be, as a council, trying to compete in the public market. So for me, there is something around what we actually want to achieve as a council, and our corporate strategy is very clear in the type of housing we want to see. So I think it would raise questions in terms of whether we would proceed or not. However, at this stage, I think because we can't give anything more specific than that, just because the work hasn't been done to be able to check the viability, then that's where we are. But hopefully we'll have that as part of the kind of financial assessment.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that because we're recommending here that the option date is extended to 2028, and yet we don't actually know at this stage whether we definitely want to go ahead with the scheme. I'm concerned that we might be tying ourselves into something that then we decide that we don't want to do. And I'm not sure I feel maybe we're doing things in a slightly wrong order, that we should be making the plan. I understand that this is expiring, but perhaps we should have thought about it a little bit earlier. It also concerns me a little bit that this has taken so long as it is, and it appears to me that there's a little bit of confusion about how many councillors. We're supposed to have 3 councillors on the board of BDC, but it seems like one of them's resigned, one of them we're not sure that they're on it or not, and so it's only really 1 councillor, and I'm not sure that puts us in a good position to be extending this option date. And I wonder if there's some things we could do just to sort things out and make sure that we're in a bit more of a stable position with BDC before we start making any commitments.
We come back on that, Leader.
So at the moment, no work can progress until we have that date extended, and that's because it's written within the BDC members agreement. My view is that we do want work to proceed, otherwise we are wasting time, and I want to be able to make a decision as soon as possible to deliver the housing we need as soon as possible. Anyway, I can see Councillor Wilson's got his hand up, so you might want to comment on that.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to come in on the last point around the social housing and the funding in the schemes. Like all of our schemes, is going to be heavily reliant on Homes England grant, and both ourselves as a council, but also Muse as a developer have started to build a really strong relationship with Homes England. They've got links in with the English Cities Fund and the Habico joint ventures. So and ourselves are starting to build up a place bid and a very high profile in terms of Homes England. In fact, in this month we have them visiting down one of our sites within the conurbation that's progressing well. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say on that point. And just going back to Councillor Aikenhead's other point, I think it's really important that we do extend this site option. We do want to see this site delivered. You know, I think leaving it as a car park, that to me would be giving up. We want to see these homes in the town centre. The best way of improving a town centre, improving footfall in a town centre, is not by leaving 200 car parking spaces. It's by getting 1,000 residents that live there, and I think that's what we want to see happen. And affordable housing will have to play a big role in this.
Thank you, Leader. Did you want to come back? Okay. Anybody other members? Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very on one level, this is a very difficult site. On another level, it's the easiest site to move forward with in terms of BDC. So I think what we have here is a certain, like, we've got to move forward with BDC of something. So this is the site that you would naturally move forward on, but there are still quite a few risks associated with moving forward. And one of the things that has concerned me is that Future Places were of the opinion that it wasn't a viable site, and Muse is of the opinion, it seems, that it is a viable site. So I have asked for more information about the Future Places opinion in that respect. But I think that the Future Place, part of the Future Places argument was that commercial, if you're building property for private sector sale, you're building it in a quarry with poor views, and actually the real questions as to whether you could get the value. If you are going to get Homes England to pay for affordable housing on the site, that obviously is a different question, and therefore something that could, if it's deliverable in that sense, then that's a good thing, and I think an appropriate use for the site in the context of the good transport links available in the town centre. But I think the final thing I'd say is that one of the problems we have in this council is that not enough councillors are really concerned with regeneration, and it bubbles to the surface at some times, and people make comments, but then it disappears again. And if you really want to get regeneration done, you need to have a concerted plan that is cross-party, that everybody buys into, and you have to accept that you're not going to make profits on every project. You're going to make losses, and in the long term, talking tens of years ahead, you'll recoup that profits, or there'll be other benefits of the town centre that make it worth doing that project. But I think we're stuck in a cycle of changing administrations and different views on projects taken by a relatively small number of people, because the wider lack of interest, let's say, and it means that we don't get to that point where we don't have enough investment in the team. We don't have enough people to move these projects forward internally with the right skills, and we don't have the buy-in from enough councillors, and it just makes it very difficult for the people that we do have in the team to move these projects forward with confidence. It means we put a lot of eggs in one basket by saying, this is the project we're working on. News, go ahead and make this successful. It is very difficult, and I find it very difficult to operate in those circumstances as both portfolio holder originally and lead member subsequently. And if we want to deliver regeneration on the scale that we need to in this area, some of those things I've mentioned need to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, just a moment. Did you want to come back on that first, leader?
Not really.
Okay, don't feel you have to, because we can move on.
Yeah, I'll move on. Maybe address them later.
Okay, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I find it difficult not to agree with anything that Councillor Howell has just told this board. I went back in my mind to the situation that Bournemouth addressed beginning in 2007, and it took us until 2011 before the BDC was up and running. And the ambition around regeneration and the strategy for what we were planning to do, and indeed what we did achieve up to LGR, was all born out of a real thrust of working together, both councillors, the council and the private sector, hence the BDC, and what we could achieve out of that with very, very limited resources. And why was that? That was because our focus was on regeneration, and we had some really good people who understood regeneration, knew what to do, knew what the tools required were, working with the private sector to make it actually happen. And we were very proud during that period of recession worldwide that we had so many cranes up in the centre of Bournemouth delivering regeneration. I have to say, and this is not in any way a political point, but I do not see that ambition today. I don't see the expertise here within the council. It's quite specialist, regeneration, knowing how to deliver it. We haven't got, as I have seen it so far, any of that going on because we're not delivering anything. We simply aren't. We're talking about a lot of things. We put schemes up, and this is the latest iteration. And I can tell you here and now that with a significant amount of affordable accommodation within whichever affordable definition you care to use, that will render this scheme unviable. I don't even need to do the maths to tell you that, and I think everybody actually knows that. So we're living in cloud cookie land if we think that this scheme is going to be founded on the kind of principles that are in here to deliver something that's ever going to get built. Because if it isn't viable, it won't get built because the council hasn't got any money to put into it. And I don't know what Muse's motivation within this part of the BDC agreement is to enable them to say that they think they can get a viable scheme out of it. I don't know that because I haven't got that privileged information. And I'd be very interested in it. But I have to tell you, Chairman, at no stage since the formation of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has anybody come to me and asked me anything around the background to BDC, what it's there for, how it might deliver and all the rest of it. It seems I'm not building up my own ego out of this, but I might have some information, but nobody wants to do that. And that's because I think there is a lack of ambition to actually deliver rather than to talk about. So I really worry about this site. I know the pain some of us went through when the Winter Gardens was demolished, and it wasn't under our administration, I hasten to add. We inherited that from a previous administration, and we did the very best we could to try and resolve the situation by having a viable scheme on there. And even this site was actually a bridge too far to do that. So what I worry about here is that we'll found all of our regeneration hopes for the future, for the Bournemouth part of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and we will be disappointed. We will be disappointed because it won't be viable, and we've heard that if it isn't viable, it won't proceed. And if it's viable with a lot of affordable, it may proceed. So I think that we're on a fool's errand here, quite frankly, Chairman. And the sooner we face up to the reality that this site is only going to be good for certain types of development at best, the better, because we'll waste a lot more time and effort on this when perhaps that could be going into other regeneration developments that will bear us fruit much, much sooner.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Earl.
Thank you. I think if we're going to go and look at history, we need to go back to even more recent history, which is that more than £5 million was wasted on an urban regeneration vehicle that did not deliver a single site. You know, and for me, that is absolutely essential, because where we have taken over this council, it's not about talking about them anymore. It's now actually about getting on to delivery. And that's what we're doing. And this paper, demonstrates that things are moving forward. When we talk about viability, we're not just talking about viability from a private sector point of view. We have a government that's committed to £1.5 million worth of million homes over the next 5 years, who are absolutely desperate to deliver them. And we have a brownfield site there that is ready for development as soon as we have got it through the process that we need to go through, including planning and getting all of our ducks in a row on it. But on a wider point, something I'm really sad to hear is when I come here to Scrutiny and I hear some of the things people say about our council officers and about our teams. I've been absolutely, I've been really impressed with the work that our officers are doing. And I would rather that members of the committee kept their comments to political will and not to the work that's going on in the background. And just to add to that, if you want to criticise ambition in terms of regeneration, you're very welcome to, but that's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing an opportunity here to deliver 500 homes on a key regeneration site with other things on a level, like things like commercial offering, restaurants, that kind of thing. And we're doing it. So, yeah, I don't know what to say any more than that.
I spoke once. I'm just going to have a go myself here. Thanks. Now, I think we need to keep this on track to the paper. So I'd like to focus a little bit on the option recommendation that's there, but I will say just a little bit about one or two of the comments. We're talking a lot about VIA, but we're already talking the detail of the scheme here. And actually, this scheme does not exist. It's not on the capital programme. It's not on next year's capital programme. And in fact, it mystifies me how we're spending any money on it, because who's paying for it? It's coming out of the revenue budget. That's what it's coming out of, because and we're paying interest on the outstanding loans made to BDC to develop the winter gardens. Let's not forget that we've already written down, or the Winter Gardens Development Company, which was a subsidiary of the BDC, already wrote off £5 million about 2 years ago. Let's not forget that. There's outstanding work on their books for work in progress of £2.5 million. There's outstanding loans for the purchase of the land for the Winter Garden site. This discussion is very much like a Groundhog Day for me. I mean, the number of meetings I've been to about the BDC, and we're going back all those years. Now, what concerns me about this is we had the BDC, for whatever reason, it was, and prior to that, we had regeneration in-house. That didn't work. Create the BDC. We had a lot of success with the BDC. For some reason, that model wasn't good enough, so we created Future Places. Let's bring it all in-house, so we can control it better, because we were unhappy with the commercial control that BDC was exercising. So Future Places falls flat on its face, costing us an arm and a leg, another 5 or 6 million, whatever it was. So we get rid of them. So we say, no, we won't. We'll transfer the expertise and we'll bring them into the council, or we will do it all in-house. We've gone back to Plan A again. But actually, it's Plan A in a bit, isn't it? Because now we're going back to Plan B, which is BDC. Do we know what we're doing? Come on. Do we really know what we're doing with this council? I am very concerned that by agreeing this option date to extend it to 2028, it cuts off any other options the council may have. For a start, this paper already starts talking about the options of selling the site and allowing a private developer to do it. And under that way, the cost of development would be controlled by the planning system, wouldn't it? That's how you do it normally. You set out what you want, and someone comes along and says, we can build that for you and buy the site and develop it. Yeah, we can do that. So that option, if this option is taken up, it cuts all of that out. It leaves only one thing we can do, and that's to go with the BDC. Frankly, we don't even have a business plan for the BDC yet. So we're making decisions that locks us into the BDC before we've even seen a business plan. And let's remember that the BDC was supposed to be producing a business plan every year. It's a rolling 1 year. That contract with the BDC in Morgan City, it still exists, but it's been ignored. What on earth happened when Future Places came in? I couldn't believe the stuff, all the work that went into getting the development approved through planning. And that was ostensibly stopped because the Future Places wanted to combine it with the BIC. And what's more, we were told that the BDC were working alongside them on that project. Well, I don't believe that for a minute, because who would do that if you're a commercial operator and you've got a contract? And since then we've heard nothing about the BDC. We were going to do regeneration in-house, and now we're back to this. I think that we really need to see the BDC business plan. I've got no objections to them moving forward on some of this stuff. We should do. We need to, because we can't do it internally. We can't do it ourselves. There's no way the council is going to be able to run that. But if we do use the BDC, let's see what the business plan is first, and let's get the project properly approved. Let's understand how much we've spent already and how much we're going to spend again in the future. You know, because at the moment we're forgetting what's gone past, and it's like it's a new project starting all over again. Well, it isn't. It's been going on for about 11 years already. Come on, you know. I rant over. Okay, but I do have a proposal that I want to table, and I'm going to do it now because it might hopefully cut the debate a little bit short. And it links into that option day. All the notification, all the notes for the cabinet to make that's fine. The key to this is this option extension date. So what I'm going to suggest is this: that the ONS board recommends to cabinet that a decision to extend the Winter Garden site execution date is deferred until the new BDC partnership business plan has been approved by cabinet. Now, we were supposed to have had that business plan here tonight, and we could have then moved forward, but we haven't got it. And it's not far away. That business plan is only a couple of months. This option date has been missed for years. Another few weeks is not going to make any difference, because you can bet your life this project is going to go on for another 10 years if it ever gets approved. So that is my proposal. Let's wait till we get the business plan and then we can decide on the option date. Do I have a seconder for that? Are you seconding that, Councillor Broadhead? Okay, there's a seconder. Can we have a debate on that one particular point, please? Yep, please.
I'll go first. I'm more than happy to second that, Chair, because it brings into focus some of the other issues that I had with this paper, which I wasn't going to draw out to bring the discussion going on forever. But it is about what is referred to later on in the programme around these almost addendums, almost footnotes to the paper. Oh, and by the way, we're thinking about flogging off loads of other sites as well. And whilst I appreciate your views that that might well be the best option and we can have control over those sites through the planning system, frankly, part of the reason that BDC was created in the way that it was to have more control and to be able to, as Councillor Howell said earlier on, recognise that in proper urban regeneration, you win some, you lose some, but it should all come out in the wash. And I think taking this decision isolated from the bigger plan for what does the future of the BDC looks like does seem a little bit out of step to me. So I would be supportive of that. One of the things that I would ask, if that was accepted by Cabinet, and building on from other points that Councillor Howell raised as well, is about, you know, I've said this before about evidence-based decision making. So we've heard a lot tonight about the flaws, for instance, of future places and how it costs £5 million for a wasted entity. Well, there's a counter narrative there, which was, you know, this administration cut it off mid-flow. So it did cost money because they never let it finish any of the work. And actually, one of the pieces of work they were looking at that was referenced earlier, which is just two lines in this, was the future places work around whether this former quarry site should be better used to essentially a big box conference centre, and then opening up that other site for which would be much more viable for residential. It's been talked away because it would be a very expensive scheme. Well, this is a very expensive scheme as well, and actually taken in the round, I know from the work the Future Places were doing, that could have been a much more viable scheme, and yet all of that evidence, all of that work has been pushed into a drawer somewhere, never to be seen the light of day again. And I just don't think that's effective decision making, evidence-based decision making. So regardless of people's views on whether they liked Future Places or not, well, they did actually do an awful lot of work, and it should be fed into this process, and indeed should be fed into the work that the BDC is doing as well. So that's my kind of rant over as well, but I would absolutely support your recommendation, and I don't think, for the sake of however long the intention is to bring this business plan back, that it would preclude progress too much and would give us a much more strategic overall view of what is actually happening.
Mr. Members, I think that we're only a couple of months away from the BDC business plan, actually. Sorry, Councillor Howell, and then Councillor Denman.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that I just need to say something, or it's just been said by the leader and Councillor Broadhead here. I wasn't critical of the current staff that we have in the regeneration team. What I said is that we need more staff, and there are real technical areas that that we're missing support in. And in relation to future places, I was kind of equivocal about future places. I saw the benefit of it when it was proposed. I didn't criticise it in council when it came forward, but ultimately when it came to push came to shove and we were presented when the Three Towns Alliance took charge of the administration, it was spending an awful lot of money on an excessively wide number of projects without getting very close to moving them to a stage that we could actually deliver. So it was a really difficult decision. But the real reason, a key reason why it didn't work was because the senior officers in this council, and this is stated in the council own company's paper, the officers in themselves admitted that the senior officers took their eye off the ball. They used the creation of future places as an opportunity to cut back the internal staff in the regeneration team, and therefore there was nobody in the council to monitor what was going on in future places. You go and see it in black and white in that council report. And as a consequence, there wasn't that kind of tension or two that you need to keep a partner, honest, so to speak. And future places kind of, spent too much money as a consequence. And it comes back to this, we've got to treat it seriously. We've got to be fully involved as councillors and say, yeah, these are the sites that we want to develop. This is what we want to do here, and we'll find a way of doing it, and we'll take a hit for the long-term benefit. It's very difficult to do when the financial situation is very bad. But to come to your proposal about the business plan, I think what we need is, we need to be honest about the fact that BDC is not what it used to be, because we don't have the same partner that we used to have. It used to be Morgan Sindall, and now it is Muse, and they are different organisations with different priorities and different ways of working. And I think what is happening now is that the parties are trying, the council and Muse are trying to work together in a productive way and to find a way forward, but it is in a different way from initially anticipated and set out in the original agreements. And the question is, should a narrow group of people in the administration and officers kind of find their way forward to the new way and see if they can make that work, or should there be a broader discussion about that? And so when it comes to bringing a business plan forward, it's kind of stuck because. Yeah, I'm pausing here because I'm wondering how much, obviously, I'm in a difficult position as what I should say and what I shouldn't say. But I just feel that, perhaps the discussion is not open enough, and we need to go back to basics a bit in understanding, what people want to be delivered in Bournemouth, and then to say, is it viable? And we're kind of starting at a point where we're halfway through the process, working from assumptions in the past that might not be true anymore.
Just to add that before I ask, viability, of course, can mean a lot of different things. Viable can be just getting it built. Viable can be making a financial, gain. It depends on the model that you wish to employ, and that changes. And I think the model that is being employed by Muse now may well be different from that originally used by Morgan Sindall. The expectations are going to be different. I mean, and I take Councillor Beasley's point completely about social housing. because we can't even afford to develop a row of terraced houses on council land that we own. On a financial basis, it doesn't wash its face. It's just too expensive. So, you know, when you come to a 500 social housing or affordable housing units on a town centre site, you know, I don't know what planet people are on, but you know, the decision might be that we'll accept that we're not going to make any money on this, or there's no financial gain, but we want housing, and that's the priority. That then makes it viable, doesn't it? If that's what you set out to do. Councillor Dedman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't often admit to lack of knowledge, but I was interested in your rant, and I've been interested in what the other councillors from Bournemouth have said, because obviously all I know about this really is what I've read in the Echo over the years, which is not always thank you, John. Not always. I'm sure it is always accurate, but I'm sure it's anyway. My point is, Chairman, that I think you're putting forward that this shouldn't go to Cabinet as is, the recommendations, agrees to amend the option date unless there's a business plan. But then later down at 3, it says, notes the timetable for producing a new partnership business plan for BDC and a Cabinet report. So isn't that what we're talking about? I don't see any reason to change it. Oh, and can I just say also, before I stop, that, and it is getting late, I'm all in favour of shed loads of flats. Living in a tiny flat, which is damp, dark and expensive, I'm all in favour of building as many little flats as we can. So thank you. But Chairman, I really am seriously interested in why we're changing it when there is the timetable for producing a new partnership business plan, or is that a different thing?
Yes, it is. What the recommendation to Cabinet is saying is that we can go ahead and agree the extension of the option execution date now. In that, as soon as the Cabinet agree it tomorrow, that's a decision made. Whereas that would be made ahead of a business plan being made available. And what I'm suggesting is that we need to see what the BDC business plan actually is before we start agreeing, you know, how to take the projects forward. You know, we're almost agreeing to take a project forward here before we've even understood what the project is all about. So I just think that it's premature to agree that. And what it will also do is it ties in the council to this particular arrangement with the BDC for the next, you know, certainly for as long as the execution date remains valid to 2028. Now, the report talks about other options that may exist. It only mentions them in a one-line statement, but it doesn't expand on them. For example, sell the site, use a developer. So what I'm saying is, until we actually agree the business plan and what the future of each of those sites is, we should not make this decision that locks us into something which prevents any other options from being taken. That's what I'm saying.
Can I just come back on that? From what I understood the leader to say initially, those options were all going to be considered. I mean, I'm sorry, Chairman, I just can't see the point of changing the paper.
All I'm saying is, once you've agreed that option, that execution date, you don't even have any options after that. That's it. That's all I can do. Leader.
Thank you. I think we're getting a bit confused over the kind of chicken and egg nature between the business plan and the work that needs to be done to look at the viability of a housing-led approach on this site. And actually, that viability level and the funding that is required will need to feed into any business plan that is created through BDC, because it's a way of creating an income stream, or creating at least some principles in terms of what we want to deliver. So I don't think it is. And I would also say, you know, when we talk about what's the harm in delaying further and further, we know we're at least, 2, probably 3 years out from actually something being built on the site, because we have to go through planning and everything else. And I'm not hearing, you know, from my communities, maybe it's different in other people's wards, but the need is now. We should have been doing this 2 years ago, but unfortunately we were, you know, caught up in future places at the time. I think really we need to make bold decisions. We need to demonstrate our ambition, and by extending that date, we can work with Muse, who we, you know, I was really impressed at the day we did with them to consider the options. It's very clear that they and we have a very strong relationship with Homes England, and the government's agenda, their number one agenda, is 1.5 million homes. If there is a site that demonstrates how we can help them meet that, this is it. So I think we need to crack on with it. Stop delaying.
Thanks. I'd like to bring in Councillor David Dorton-Gibson, if you know, who's also a director, as we know, of BDC.
Thank you, Chair. Although I would like to make it clear I'm speaking as a councillor, not as a director of BDC, because obviously when I act as a director of BDC, my interest has to be to look after the best interests of the company, whereas obviously when I speak as a councillor, I'm interested in the council's point of view. Actually, I just worked out I happened by fluke to be the most long-serving director. I've been there for 9 out of 14 of the years BDC has existed. I wasn't there for 4 years in the first session of BCP, dangerously close initials. But there's been a big change since, a range of different reasons. I think the structure of the board change doesn't help. When I was there previously, we had 1 councillor and 2 senior officers, and executive decisions could be made in a meeting. They wanted, you know, something changed about a car park or figures, and one of the officers could say, the trouble with councillors is they can't, so you need, I think, a mixture of those two. I think the paper is actually wrong in the sense that it talks about no financial implications. There are financial implications for the reason the Chair's already mentioned, that the loan interest is going up all the time. And it may be sort of we're not paying out a cheque, but it's accruing all the time, and that puts the project further underwater. I'm delighted to hear the comments about the partnership business plan. Since I came back in 2023, I have been trying to get BDC to agree a partnership business plan without support. You know, it is an obligation that we do it. Why are we not doing what we have signed up to be doing? You know, I mean, it's unforgivable. You know, what confidence can Muse have in working with us when a site that is committed to them, we're then going off talking to future places about, we're not producing the business plan we should with them. You know, it's hardly surprising that they're sort of holding back and reticent. And I said, I mean, I accept it's very difficult when I was re-elected in 23. But even if our business plan said we've had to mothball all the sites because, you know, economically it's not going to work post-COVID costs, etc. It doesn't stop you having that as your plan, but at least you have a plan. I don't understand this reticence to put something down as a plan. Just going back almost to the purpose of BDC, it is about control. We have no say, and I fought very hard on BDC against taking options out of the agreement. Although Muse are not interested in those smaller reasons, for the reasons Councillor Howell has said, they're only interested in the very big, basically central Cotlands and Winter Gardens. They don't want the small sites. If you go right back to the beginning of BDC, the concept was to get rid of a lot of the small car parks and to rationalise the parking into fewer big car parks. And at the moment, we're in danger because of losing that vision. That's what we were trying to do. Now, I guess we could change that vision and have a different policy. But the key thing is, if we get the site out of BDC, first of all, you've got a long and expensive procurement to go through, because obviously as public bodies, we have to go through that. We can actually develop any site through BDC, and it does not have to involve Muse at all. So again, in my view, is we should scrap any talk of taking anything out of BDC. You will simply delay the build, and I'm absolutely with Councillor Earl, no problem with that. We want properties and more housing as soon as possible. I fought very hard to get Bury Court to be owned by the council. Sadly, I failed. My apologies for that. But that was a classic example. And one of the reasons is, if you take Bury Court, there is not a single one in there that is used as anybody's holiday home. They are all homes for local residents. And I think that that's the beauty of using BDC, that we have that level of control. If you move any sites out of there, what they build, they'll just do whatever's most commercially viable. And that's, I think, a danger. I do think there's a few issues. Obviously, since the original Winter Gardens went through, we've had all the Fire Safety Act 21 and all this stuff post Grenfell and 2 staircases and all, which, to be fair, has made it more difficult. And one of the things about going higher, once you're over that 7-story threshold, of course, is the fact that essentially, once you've had to put in your second stairwell, you might as well go higher and get more houses in and get more money back out of it. And I think we've talked about the local plan. We're all aware that we've put in a bid at, I sit on the local plan group as well. We put in our bid at 1,700 and we've been told they want 3,000. And the only way in the Bournemouth area we can do that is to go upwards. We've got nowhere else to go. It's just got to go taller. And I think, this is a good example of why we do it. There is a comment also in the paper, Chair, at point 50, which says about we have to fund 50%, 54. Members' agreement provides BCP contributes 50% of all development costs of each scheme. I don't believe that's true. So again, I'm sorry, but I think that's a misleading thing. And each scheme we have done, and I've been involved in all of them from Madeira Road onwards, all of them through, they've all been funded slightly differently for varying reasons. And I think that's an important part about BDC, that it needs to be responsive and it needs to flex depending on the market, so that each scheme has the right financing for that moment in time and what we're proposing to put on that site. And one of the things I've often commented when we've had our council pre-meetings as well is the issue of whether, as a council, we always correctly account for things in this sort of scenario. In other words, if we could have had, I remember the original plan on the Winter Gardens at what was referred to as the artists' car park at that back corner. They were going to put in sort of social type housing in that area. Do we ever consider how much we're spending on bed and breakfast that we wouldn't need to if we had more of those properties? So people could get out into better properties, stable, places to live, not in hotels. And I feel that very often we just look at the numbers like a profit and loss, and we don't look at the social impact, and we don't look at the knock-on costs of not doing these things, because there is a cost. Thank you, Chair.
Leader wanted to respond on a point you made, I think, there. And then, is it Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor Gibson's points, I think, are really, really important. I would just refer him to the members' agreement for BDC, which after 14 years, it's still the same as it was previously, but it says we have to fund up to 50%. It doesn't mean a 50-50 split. What it means is that gives us flexibility to potentially give more over to our partner, to Morgan Sindor, or to Muse, to the subsidiary, to give them more control and more profit back from anything that's built on the site. And I would also just say, in terms of this initial work, we as a council have not contributed or committed to funding anything. This is Muse, who are putting up their own money and saying, we think we can come up with something viable and we want to do the work. Just let us know if we can extend the deadline to make it worth our time. So it's an investment, really. And from my point of view, there's obviously a lot of history within BDC, and there are a lot of initial views in what it should be and what it has been. I think we do need to start looking to the future, and actually our needs have changed dramatically as a society in the last 14 years, to the point where housing continues to be the biggest issue affecting people. I'm really glad to hear that kind of social side come up, because we haven't really talked about it yet within the board, when we look at the obligations we have as a local authority and our corporate strategies that say that we need to be delivering affordable, safe, secure housing, and I think it's a win-win if it's in the town centre.
Thank you, Leader. Did Councillor Northover, did you indicate just now? So it's just Councillor Howell then. Okay, thank you. And can we try to
Yeah,
because there is a motion that we need to vote on, and then we can move on to something else after that.
Yeah, I mean, we're still on the business plan, can't we? So it's an LLP with limited liability partnership, which is slightly different from a company. It would be easier for a councillor to sit on a company, to be honest, because your responsibility would be to act in the best interest of the company. You know, if you're acting in that kind of context, you would say, oh, there's 3 sites that we potentially want to develop. We can put those in the business plan. You know, we are separate from the council, and therefore we don't really need to consider so much what the council's interests are. I mean, I think being a councillor on an LLP is slightly different because you can represent the interests of your sponsoring body more. And the challenge that we have, I think, is in relation to how you know, we want Bournemouth to return to being a successful place. That means if you start moving things around and building on one particular car park, that has knock-on effects. Councillor Broadhead was talking about parking, and you know, we commissioned this parking study, which in the end was based on a very, very limited amount of data. So there must be questions to some degree of how much confidence we can have on that. But also we've been through a local plan process that hasn't reflected the ambitions of the council in terms of how we want to regenerate Bournemouth, because we haven't had that discussion. And that's the challenge of trying to put a business case together, because you know, we don't have full confidence in how much parking we need. Even if we did, we got to decide where we're going to put it before we start building on car parks that could actually be the car parks we need to keep. You know, we're not linking in properly with the planning department. You know, there's not that level of coordination within the council to really be confident that any business plan that we produce, you know, is a good business plan in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Oh, can I? Yeah, sure. So.
I think this is, I think what Councillor Howe has said has an element of truth to it, in that since I've taken over this portfolio, I've made quite a few changes in this area, including making sure that I'm leading on it as the leader. And I think that shows that it is something we're incredibly ambitious in. But also, you know, we're now, I would say that between me, Councillor Wilson, Wendy Lane and Amina, we're all working as one. And in fact, our you know, we have things like our portfolio holder briefings together. We're looking at things much more strategically. We're looking at the impacts of the government's housing numbers and how they best can be delivered via regeneration. So I think things have changed quite significantly since I've taken this over. And actually, I'm quite pleased to be revitalising things, you know, bringing forward a business plan. It's May 2021 since the last business plan was presented to this council. Like, it's been a really long time, and that was let slip, and things got distracted. And my view and my ambition is that we focus on delivery. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Slade's view to take back to 3 key sites to regenerate. But my view and what I've been able to do is actually look at our priorities, and one of my key priorities and one of the administrations is housing delivery, and where we can best do that to have the best impact on our communities, and things like town centre regeneration, boosting footfall, creating town centres where people are, not just where people go, but where they are, I think is a way we solve a lot of issues in one swoop. So I just wanted to give that reassurance that I understand the issues, but I also feel that we're dealing with them.
Thank you. Councillor Aikenhead?
Yes, so I'm inclined to support Councillor Bartlett's proposal that we recommend that the business plan is done as a priority. I don't want to delay any building, but it worries me when we talk about making bold decisions in terms of starting to do something before we've planned it. I am aware that in this council, I mean, I'm not an expert on all these particular regeneration projects that we're talking about here, but I know that in the past, mistakes have been made. And just reading the paper, I get a sense of things have slipped. The PBP is a rolling 5-year plan that usually is reviewed annually, and yet it has not been reviewed since 2021. In 2023, the Cabinet started thinking about reviewing it, and that seems to be thought about all the way through 2023. And then what did we do in 2024? Could we not have made the plan then? So I'm just thinking to myself, can we not just get this plan done now? Because it's like the last one we did in 2021, nearly run out by now. And get onto this idea that we should be renewing it every year. Can we just not get onto that before we start committing ourselves to things, and as an absolute priority? Because it just seems to me that we're not. We've dropped the ball, and I absolutely take the point that Millie has picked it up again and is now running with it. But it would be just, I do believe that the best thing to do is to plan first and then do, not to start doing and then afterwards do the plan.
Very briefly.
Yeah, I'd just like to correct something, because I was lead member for regeneration for specific projects. Those projects did not include BDC. I was separately on the board, a representative on the LLP for BDC, but the responsibility for BDC was always with the leader of the council, not me. So it was always sitting with Millie. It wasn't. It was just something that she picked up. It was already in her portfolio. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I know Councillor wants to ask, if it's very briefly, because I do want to bring this to the vote, because we really need to sort of wind this debate up. But just to, so I'll just summarise in a minute. Let Councillor Wilson have the last input into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry.
It was just it was just from my perspective to bring Rob in terms of the reason why we need the extension, because it feels like the extension is quite vital to the business plan. You know, in order for Muse to have that certainty of what they want, they need to be the guarantee that we're wanting to extend, thus putting in funds into the pre-construction. So I just want it would be good to get that clarification from Rob in terms of is that the case, because that's as I understand it.
Can I come back on that?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that is the case, yeah. So the Muse have requested the extension to the site option execution date so that they can continue with working on more detailed design for a new scheme in order to start bringing it forward to the planning process. Without that site option execution date, as it says in the paper, they wouldn't continue to do that work. So we would then be continuing with the process to create the new business plan, which was always planned to be carried out alongside that. In order for the business plan to be more meaningful, particularly around the forward plan for Winter Gardens, some of that work does need to take place. So we're into a bit of a chicken and egg situation where without the option execution date being extended, that work won't be done until perhaps the business plan is extended, the business plan is agreed, but without some of the information from the work on Winter Gardens, it will be difficult to produce the business plan.
We're told that if we that there is no financial commitment to the council to this, that's contrary to the agreement. That is absolutely 100% contrary to the BDC agreement, and so but it ultimately will lead to a commitment of funding from the council. They're not going to be working for free. They're not going to do it voluntarily, anyway, I'd just like to bring Councillor Trent in now, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be the first to admit that I have zero expertise in any of this, but listening to the arguments and looking at the recommendations, I have to say that I cannot see any reason why we shouldn't support one without amendment. So I'm going to vote against any amendment, and because recommendation little one does, it seems, enable someone to get on and do something and start planning forward, and so, you know, I'm just basically arguing against the amendment and saying that I would support the original recommendations.
Okay, thanks. I think we've probably talked enough about this now. I'd just like to make one or two points before we go to the vote. One is Councillor Trent's point there, it does enable it, but it also disables it, because it disables the other options that have been mentioned in this very report that could be open to the council. As soon as that option date is agreed to 2028, it locks us into the BDC development. We can't go anywhere else. We can't do anything different. All I'm saying is that the business plan is not very far away, only a couple of months. Why don't we wait and see what the business plan sets out for the future of BDC, how they're going to approach it, and how the council is going to approve it, and so we approach it in the right way. So we've got a business plan to form the foundation of the way forward for regeneration. That's all I'm saying. And I agree with all the sentiments expressed by the leader about the need for development of housing and all the rest of it. Of course I do. I just don't want us to repeat some of the mistakes that we've made in the past. And we've got to be very mindful of the potential cost implications of locking in to our agreement that we haven't actually properly reviewed, because we've spent a huge amount of money on the Winter Gardens site over many years. I think just a little bit of caution on this one is worth it. It's only a couple of months away. Thank you. So unless there's anything else, I'd just like it to go to the vote now. The proposal is an amendment which I've suggested, and it is, if I'm going blind. The ONS board recommends to Cabinet that a decision to extend the Winter Gardens site execution date is deferred until the new BDC partnership business plan has been approved by Cabinet. Simple. It was seconded by Councillor Broadhead.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just confirm? Sorry, you keep referring to an amendment, but just to be clear, the recommendations of the report are to Cabinet, so they're not to you.
No.
So in fact, what I understand is you are just making one recommendation to Cabinet, which is what you've read out.
Yes.
And you're not saying anything else about the rest of the recommendations.
No, that they can stand.
Well, they're not to you, so if you want an agreement to the rest of the recommendations, that needs to be added on to what you have suggested.
I'm not making any comment on those other recommendations. I'm just leaving that as it is. All I'm saying is that this is a recommendation that we're making regarding this to the Cabinet.
Yeah.
What's the problem with that?
That's absolutely fine, Chair. I'm just confirming that you're, as a board, you're not saying anything else on the rest of the recommendations.
No, I'm not.
Unless someone else
Thank you.
moves it.
So, that's my proposal. It's been seconded by Councillor Broadhead. All those in favour?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 5 in favour? Yes.
Are those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against.
Any abstentions? Okay. In that case, I believe I have a casting vote, and I will vote for the amendment. Thank you. So, let's go back to the paper again. Has anybody got anything else they'd like to talk about in terms of the recommendations in the paper to Cabinet? Councillor Broadhead. Because if we've talked this one to death now, then we can move on. All right, happy to move on. Councillor Devlin. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. There's still Cora and we're still alive. Barely. Okay. So this brings us on to agenda item 8, Strategic Community Infrastructure Levy. Wendy Lane, I think are you going to introduce this one? Or another leader is? Hi. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I won't talk too long at this, but basically, community infrastructure levy is what we collect from development in the area to provide infrastructure to support planned growth. Obviously, the BCP draft local plan kind of stipulates what that growth would look like. And our current 3 development plans also do at the moment before that one comes into effect. Those receipts are split into neighbourhood, strategic, and administration. The strategic element is the one that this paper really focuses on, and with sort of growing pressures across the council and a pipeline of development which really needs to come forward, we need to be really careful about how we spend community infrastructure levy or strategic SIL, and make sure that we're doing that in a more strategic way. We did have a call that we put out to services through when we were looking at this, and we've actually identified £121.8 million worth of infrastructure projects across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, which is huge, but this is the reality of local government funding at the moment. In fact, the reality for the last 30 years, considering that those infrastructure projects have been left to get into a state where we now have such a huge amount of money that we need to input. Obviously, it's not all maintenance. A lot of it is new projects, but it is to support development and it's to support the community facilities, the amenities that we have and things that we want to do. And the reason why we brought this paper is really because previously it was just a case of like, we like this project, let's put some SIL into it, like, beach barbecues and things like that. Whereas this takes a much more strategic approach in saying, right, what do we need? What do we need to prevent halting development? And, this is a reality. In Christchurch, we're already there. We can't actually discharge any conditions. We can't actually build anything because we haven't kept a lid on mitigation strategies, basically. So this paper really shows the priority there, that we need to focus on those 2 particular things in terms of the town centre flood defences in Poole and also the habitat site mitigation, because they are absolutely critical to any delivery of not just housing, but any development at all. I should have said, we were given 4 options. The preferred option is option 2. It would also, we also have development going out in Merley and Bear Wood, which I'm sure we're all quite familiar with because it's some of the most some of the biggest development that we've seen across the whole conurbation. As part of their Section 106 agreement, we need to provide a school there potentially to bolster the education provision. So that is also being kept in there. And then we also have some money allocated specifically to transport to do some of that kind of essential maintenance in our network. What this approach does is it wipes out effectively 80% of strategic infrastructure levy. And so it's a big ask, and I'm surprised it's taken us until 10:30 to discuss, tens of millions worth of funding allocation. But for me, I've just said in the last paper, I think we do have a responsibility to our residents to deliver housing. And this allows us to continue to do that. Without it, we would have to cease development in probably all of our areas in the next year or 2. It does leave over 18% for discretionary spend, and something I felt was missing before was having that strategy on what we actually spend on, because previously we were having projects coming forward from service areas that knew that money was there, and we weren't having money coming forward from other service areas that maybe didn't have didn't know the money was there or didn't have the resource to build the kind of case for it to go to SIL. So the view is really to not just be more strategic in allocating that amount to those essential works, but also to take that 18% and consider actually some principles on which that money is spent, whether they align with the draft local plan, whether they align with corporate strategy, because at the moment it's just become a little bit of a, or it feels like it can be a little bit of a bum fight. Yeah, we wanted to bring this paper really just to describe that process, give a bit of assurance that there is a wider strategy now, and also to hopefully get the support of overview and scrutiny in continuing with development. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Members? Okay, I've got a question. On the annex 4, I think it is, there's a whole long list of potential projects. My question is, were these ever reviewed by council? How was this list drawn up? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So I'm Wendy Lane. I am the Director for Planning Transport. So as part of the production of the submission local plan, you have to produce something called an infrastructure delivery schedule. And that schedule, we went to all service providers to ask them about the draft plan and where growth was going forward, and obviously the scales using our technical work, which gave information on number of students, etc. That came up with a package of infrastructure of just over 3 billion, of which the majority was transport. So obviously we recognise that there was such a huge disparity between what could come through from SIL and what could be delivered, what was feasible. So we went back to infrastructure providers and said, we understand you've got a list of projects. If we say to you, what is definitively do you need within the next 5 years, and kind of say, give a grounding on those, and that then delivered the list. So it was this big list that then, as officers, using those priorities and the fundamental nature of what is the community infrastructure levy, i.e. what is needed to develop growth, that's how we came up with the option. So it takes components out of those projects to give you the fundamental principles. Then, subject to the principles that are agreed at Cabinet and then Council, those individual projects will potentially have to come back through their approval mechanism. So obviously for the lower amounts, that can obviously go through directors, etc. Obviously for the higher amounts, that would need to be decisions of Cabinet and Council. So it doesn't stop those approval processes from happening, but it's just giving that indication of what might be needed.
Okay, so is this list or bits of this list subsumed into option 2, which is the recommended option?
Yes.
Okay, so has that list been reviewed by council or councillors at any point, or is it a list produced by officers in the service directorates basically?
My understanding is it's variable. So some of them, they would have been discussed with their portfolio holders, obviously subject to their fundamental service plans. Some of them would
Thanks.
be.
Just the reason I'm asking is I think there might be some gaps in it, but so, yes, please do. Yeah.
So something we identified as Cabinet was actually, after seeing this list, was we feel there's a lot of risk, and I think looking at some of these items, they're things that may have been avoidable if maintenance was taken seriously over the last 30 years. However, where we are now in identifying that risk, we've now put it onto our portfolio holder briefings that they always have a running item, which is risk, and considering what areas of their portfolio are creating risk. And I think that's part of being a due diligent cabinet and making sure that we're also financially secure, is that we're not losing sight of these things that are coming down the road. So now we at least know what the main issues are. And don't get me wrong, there could be something happen tomorrow that that would move up and form part of the risk register and then potentially move on to this list. It's more about trying to keep sight and work more long term, because I think local government has been, like Councillor House said earlier, different iterations of administration, the changes in local government funding. We've really lost sight of being able to plan over a long term. I'm really keen that we start laying the groundwork for that to happen.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just a few points to make. The first one is that I do believe that political ownership of the way this money is divided up is absolutely critical. So your question to Ms Lane is really spot on, because unless there is political ownership of it, then I will have no confidence that the responsibility will be taken by elected members, and that's really important, I think. I don't know about the variation between the predecessor councils in terms of risk, but it would be wrong to think, in my view, that suddenly this is a brave new dawn that's just been invented, because that has always been fundamental in my experience around decision making. It is a question, though, also of how things have moved on, and to say that over the last 30 years such things have been neglected, I think is inaccurate at best, because I think those things do change over time and the priorities change within them, and it may well be that other bigger risks were being addressed in terms of financial cost because they needed to be, because of their urgency, and a whole host of other reasons which we haven't got time to go into tonight. The main thing I really wanted to say was I think I'm broadly supportive of option 2, but I am concerned about the governance. You referred to the long list, how it was drawn up, and actually what was in it. Who has decided that? Who's brought it forward? Have other things been added to it or not? Because it's already absorbing all the funding or most of the funding. So the governance around this, I think, is really important. The clarity that then comes out as to why and how those have been addressed and how they are reassessed moving forward, because again, they will change over time, and actually how much reliance we can place on the estimates of those costs. And I'm thinking most particularly about the Poole Town Centre flood defence. It would take very brave officers to make recommendations that actually would not be deviated from for a scheme such as that, I would suggest. So I think we do need to make sure that we understand the risk that's inherent within making those decisions, and also about the governance around the forecast and unallocated discretionary spend of the 5.2 million, 18% that's remaining. So I think there's a bit more that needs to be, a bit more flesh needs to be put on the bone. Now, it may well be that all of those issues are being addressed at Cabinet, and we should have no worry about it. But I do think that we will need to come back and re-examine work in progress. How's it going as we move forward? I think it's absolutely critical. Otherwise, I think it will just get lost in the mists of time, and we'll find that actually the outcomes were somewhat different to what we're seeing here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Leader.
Thank you. And my first comments were not a blame game at any particular council or even political group. I think it's just the nature of local government funding, in that where revenue has come under such significant pressure, things like maintenance have kind of been pushed down the list compared to capital, which obviously creates a borrowing risk. But we tend to, when we look for cuts, we're always slicing things off the side, and I think that's been the case under austerity across all local authorities in the country. Just to talk about the previous governance, one of the reasons why I was desperate to bring this paper is because I was really unhappy with the previous governance. It had a capital briefing board, which, from my point of view, I didn't feel gave that sufficient member engagement, not even to Cabinet, let alone councillors outside of Cabinet. So I think we needed a more transparent approach. rather than selecting a project and going, yes, we want to deliver that, let's allocate some money. Don't get me wrong, there was obviously work done within that governance structure, and that was the previously agreed governance. But from my view, it didn't have the transparency that I felt that it needed, which is why we've got this paper. We now have the that remaining 18%, like I said, that also makes me nervous because I don't, I really want this to be strategic in its approach. I really don't want, oh, there's this idea, it's really nice, let's go with that. We do need to look at that under a set of priorities and make sure that there is justification, because these are huge sums of money. In paragraph 50, you'll see that it says that we're going to be setting those principles for the next stage of that 18%, and I won't be allocating any of that money until I know that there is a decent level of governance that I agree with for taking that forward. And the last thing just to say is that this is the first, I guess, or will be the first of an annual report to Council, which will show how priorities have changed, what the delivery is, making sure that Overview and Scrutiny get an opportunity to review it, and then making sure that Cabinet are fully cited. So I think this is really just an approach to try and fix some of the governance issues. I think it's just come out that those are the things that we want to agree with. We are in a critical stage now when it comes to those sites, and it was slightly worrying seeing still being spent on things without actually considering what's the longer term plan here.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Aitken here.
Thank you, and thank you for this very thorough paper. I think it's a really good idea that we're looking at this strategically, given how much there is that we could do and that we only have a certain amount of money. Makes real sense to be thinking about what our priorities are. Just looking at the different options, I can see why option 1 wouldn't be a favourite, because it really does only put in the essentials and leaves us lots of flexibility, which is perhaps a bit less strategic. And I can see why we don't do option 3, because that really doesn't give our priorities, but just like puts percentages out. But I was having a look at option 4 and thinking that I rather like the look of it, because it appears to be more focused on what our residents want from out the bit at the top, but also because I noticed that it says that we would fund phase 2 of the council's play strategy, and it just concerns me a little bit that if we were to do option 2, then maybe we wouldn't be funding phase 2, or we'd wondering where we'd find the money to do that, since we have actually put that out as a strategy that we've already agreed that we want to do. My concern with option 4 would be that the transport doesn't include the maintenance of infrastructure, and of course there is certainly a possibility that the bridges in Poole may give us grief, and we might find that we need money for them. But having said that, I do think if we're being strategic, we should be thinking about things we've already committed to do and making sure that we do have a funding for them. So I see also that doctor's surgeries in there. I think that's very important. So it leaves us a little bit less leeway, but I think it's actually a slightly more strategic option because it has more things in it that are our actual priorities. So I was just wondering why that option was not being recommended, and wondering if maybe we could consider whether that would be a better option.
Leader?
Thank you. I think that's a really good question, and you're right. Option 4 does put in some of those extra bits, which I think are really useful to see, and how it could contribute to the strategic. With the open spaces and the play strategy, I wasn't ready at this stage to allocate that money, considering the first phase hasn't been completed. I think we do need to see the first phase coming through in terms of delivery. Keep some options open for community infrastructure for that second stage. But, we've got an MP who's fighting in Parliament for some sort of money to come down from government. last thing I want to be saying to government is, yeah, we've actually already found the money and it's from our strategic sale. We need to be smart about how we leverage in funding using strategic sale. And I think having that additional amount, that 18%, means we can leverage a lot more from partners, not just in government, not just in health, not just in all sorts of different, active travel and things like that. But it gives us a level of flexibility and a decent amount to look further to the future. However, I completely take the point that money is there and we may, who knows, potentially need to use it for the phase 2 of the play strategy. But I think at this stage, it might be one for next year's paper. That might be something we're bringing forward, or it might be something we can say, oh no, government's given us loads of money for that. I can see Andy's got his hand up.
Yes. Councillor Hadley. Leader, how can you look so cheerful at this time of night when we're all so tired? Go on, Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's a really important point that Councillor Aikenhead raises, and I think as the leader says, there are potentially other options, and again our MP is actively working with us on the possibility of sponsorship for phase 2 of play strategy, having been co-presented that with my colleague in cabinet. I'm really keen to see that happening, and the other part, though, going back to Councillor Beasley's point around the infrastructure, we are leveraging a very significant grant in aid from the Environment Agency for the flood defences along Poole West Quays, and that is partly because we are needing to put in a contribution towards that. So it's important we make that contribution. They have already given us additional money given the inflation, and we're now at planning stage for the flood defences. So I'm confident that the team have worked really hard to make sure that we know the costs and that we're not going to look at a significant cost overrun. But of course, that is dependent on world markets and climates and things like steel is notoriously increase in price in recent times. So yes, there's uncertainty, but I think we've got the important stuff, and it is about key infrastructure, which enables that future development. We've talked at length about the site in the centre of Bournemouth, but this is the sites in the centre of Poole, where if we're going to meet our housing need, then developing out the West Quays and the power station site are really important.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Okay, members, I wish to make I was going to make a proposal here that our board supports the recommendation in the paper, as written in the paper. Is anybody prepared to second me on that? Councillor Beasley, thank you. Let's talk to that motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to just ask a question, if that's okay, of the leader. Obviously welcome the investment in the flood defences in Poole, but the previous leader, Councillor Slade, committed to delivering the refurbishment or rebuilding of the dolphin pool within this term. I note that that's not mentioned here, and where is the capital going to come from for the for that project?
Go on, leader. Good question.
I can't speak to what the previous leader committed. I don't remember that commitment, but maybe it was made personally to you. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. So from my point of view, that is not a strategic infrastructure problem that would cause us not to be able to deliver homes or even any development in the future. Like we have to, and on that list of infrastructure projects, £160 million worth of stuff that needs to be done at some point. It will need to be done, and from my point of view, strategic SIL needs to be about enabling the local plan to deliver development, and I think that has to be a priority, particularly with the pressure we're going to be under to deliver homes in particular. What I would say is we need to find another way to fund that other than strategic sale, and whether that is trying to be a little bit clever with the land, trying to see what options there are elsewhere within Poole, and trying to consider, whether we want to go for refurbishment rather than rebuild. Those are all questions that we need to ask, and will be coming as part of the kind of regeneration papers that come through. But I wouldn't support strategic SIL being used for that at this stage, because we haven't finished exploring those alternative options.
Chair, just for the benefit of the tape, because I didn't switch on my button, the Councillor Slade did make that as a public commitment. I'm sure that was in the echo and within some council meetings, but I'd be very disappointed, and so would my residents and also group colleagues, if it's no longer a priority and there's no longer a commitment to deliver it in this term, because that would.
So, we've been working towards bringing BCP Leisure back in-house, which we have done, which has given us options around that building again. We have surveyors in there who are looking at the fabric of the building and going to provide us with the information on whether we want to go for a refurbishment, which would extend for 10 years, or whether we don't have that choice and we have to go for a full rebuild. My point is that when it comes to strategic SIL, which is what this paper is on, I don't feel that that is a good use for strategic SIL, considering the pools we have of essential infrastructure to enable development. So we'll have that conversation when the paper comes on Dolphin Leisure Centre. But, every opportunity to bring up regeneration, it would be great if we could just stick to the papers, and I'm happy to answer these questions around it, but it just becomes no wonder it feels like Groundhog Day. We're having the same conversations at every single overview and scrutiny board, even if they don't relate to the paper at hand.
I'm sorry, but I think it does relate to the paper asking how money should be spent.
Okay, Councillor, can we? I think we'll go to the vote now on the motion that's been made. All those in favour? Anybody against? No abstentions? They've all gone home. Okay, so all right, so we'll bring that debate to an end now. Thank you, and thanks for all your inputs on that. Okay, we've just got one item left, which is the work plan. There is a couple of a very minor change I'd like to make to what's on the papers at the moment, and that is the BCP commercial operations, which we had in for May the 12th, I think it was. We'd like to move that to the 6th of June. Which would actually be coincident with the management of the leisure centres paper that we've asked for. So it'd be sensible to have them on the same day, because the team will be here together on that. So I think that makes sense. Does anybody have anything that they'd like to propose to add to the future plan? Councillor Howell.
Yes, I'm given the announcement of the retirement of the chief executive. Then I think this is an appropriate time to consider a review of various aspects of the culture of the council, so that we can take a view as to how to approach interviews and recruit a new chief executive, should we choose to go in that direction. So I've got a brief statement here, which I'll just read out, but I'd say I recommend to the Overview and Scrutiny Board that it urgently carries out a review of BCP Council culture in advance of the recruitment of a new CEO. The recruitment process is an opportunity for members to address some of the deficiencies that councillors encounter on a regular basis and which limit the effectiveness of the council, including 1. The need for a team working dynamic which encourages project development by officers and members. Officers need to be encouraged to respect the skills and experience of councillors, including by consulting ward councillors at an early stage, and not be deterred by management from doing so. 2, the need for greater accountability, including the need for senior officers to produce minutes of officer and officer member meetings. And 3, the need for the officer corps to recognise the importance of promoting the distinctiveness of each of the 3 towns and respect these geographic and civic entities when designing services subject to reasonable cost considerations. I'll just send that to the officers on the committee.
Councillor Waters.
Just a quick question. Hasn't that process already started?
Yeah.
And therefore, could we do this in time with an ONS to actually have any impact on the hiring process? No. Okay, cool.
Okay, what I suggest is, Councillor Howe, that you actually submit the normal form to the committee in the usual way. There is a process for this, and we will actually then have time to consider the request at our next meeting, if that's all right. You happy to do that?
Yeah, well, clearly, given
Yeah.
the imperative of time, then that's going to delay it.
Well, our next meeting will, yeah.
Looked at, I should think.
May the 12th is our next meeting, I think, because I'm not sure that we have a meeting for the. I should mention that we actually don't have any agenda items for the 24th of March at the moment. So it looks as so that meeting might not go ahead. So it would be the meeting after that.
Unless you use that.
But we'll never use it to discuss this one item. But okay, if you'd like to submit the form, please, Councillor Howe.
If that goes
attached to that.
Definitely wouldn't happen at that meeting.
It's apparently it's on the back of this
It's an appendix to the
work programme agenda item. There's a process that details.
My apologies, because I've been on licensing committees rather than scrutiny committees. I'm not up to date with the process.
Yeah, it's leader. Chief Exec, sorry.
Thank you. Temporary promotion. Just to comment, I mean, the issues are valid issues for the committee to consider. The question of timing around the appointment of a replacement chief executive is the advert is out at the moment. It is live on a microsite and will be live for the next 4 weeks. And that recruitment process is ongoing. My suggestion is that I'm not sure whether that needs to be done before the appointment of a chief executive or actually are valid issues for the Open Scrutiny Committee to consider in due course. Doesn't need to be before that.
Councillor Aikenhead.
I do think it is actually a really valid thing for us to be looking at, particularly the looking into how members and officers work together, and also maybe looking at morale and motivation of both councillors and staff. But I'm not sure that what we could come up with in a committee like this would be very difficult to put that into a recruitment process, because I know that recruitment processes have to be very objective, although I know that there are people listening now that might already have realised there are concerns here and might ask questions of the new chief executive of what they might do about these topics. So they're very valid questions to have in there. But I think that when we do get a new chief executive, maybe these are some things that if we discuss them, it may be quite helpful to somebody coming in new to be able to look at them with us. But I'm also very aware that I've been involved in culture change before in organisations I've worked for, and I think sometimes the most effective culture change comes from the bottom up rather than from the top down. So rather than looking for someone who is going to come in as our chief executive and solve the problems for us, what we need to be doing as a committee is exploring what those problems are, and maybe even exploring how maybe the staff here could explore what issues they have and what experience they have and how they'd like the culture to change. So it's almost like us thinking about how we could support the staff to change the culture to be something that they would find motivating and morale boosting, rather than us instructing a chief executive to sort it all out from the top. So I think it's a really great thing for us to discuss, but it's a really big topic, and I think that it's something we should be aiming to talk about with the new chief executive rather than as part of the process to to select them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Aiken. Yeah, I mean, I understand. I would support this coming on the plan at some point, but we don't want to talk about how we're going to. We need to detail what it is we need, what our objectives of scrutiny are, and what the outcomes we expect to get from it. So it will need a fair bit of work, and I think probably the key lines of inquiry that's listed on the back of this process, if that can be populated in a meaningful way, that will really help. Help the debate, because I think we do need to talk about what it is we want to achieve. So, but I personally don't have any problem with getting it on the forward plan at some point. So I think we will discuss that whenever our next meeting is, and get members' agreement to put it on there or otherwise. So unless there's anything else about the forward work plan, I'd like to close that item. And with that, I'll also close the meeting. Thank you very much. It's been a long session.